Darn shit. I get that. Which button do I push?
Yeah, it's essentially like, it should just be on autopilot at the moment. So there's video. All right, so video's on. This is the microphone for the meeting. So as they talk, it's speaking it up and putting it into WebEx. So that and so as people remotely talk.
Good morning, we'll be starting the meeting at 9:30. If you go to take your seat, we will be going live.
It should be. I'm gonna blow that over. That thing on that. Yes.
Morning, Chris.
Had a long drive.
No, I live in Charlotte now.
This is February 1st, 2024 meeting of the North Carolina Taskforce for Offshore Wind and Resource Strategy, also known as NCTOWERS. I'm Mark, Chief of Staff for the North Carolina Department of Commerce, Chair of the task force. And as usual, we have another information package meeting this morning. Well, welcome everyone and thank you for joining us. I'm excited. Nicole, if you would please take roll call. And Nicole is getting ready to do that. This is a public meeting. This meeting is being streamed and it's recorded. So please be mindful that we have mics throughout the room with your comments. Also, I'd like to ask if you have a cell phone, if you sign the cell phone. Also, ask those members who are joining us virtually, if you will make sure that your microphone is on mute at this time. But please, I need to make this call after roll call.
James Banks. Here. Mayor Ben Howell.
Here.
Chris Strong.
Here.
Ryan Clark.
Here.
Phyllis Craig Taylor. Kevin Dick.
Here.
Hayes Clammy. In lieu of Secretary Walter Gaston. I'm. David Goff.
Here.
Daniel. Daniel. Susie Hamilton.
Here.
Perry Harper. Arkita Howard. Stephen Callan. Carly Lohan. Mark McIntyre. Ashley McLeod.
Present.
Trish Murphy. Bob Hill. Michelle Query.
Here.
Greg Richardson. Dan Segovia. Jason Semple. Glenn Skinner. Justin Fosney. John Soka. Ryan Turner. Wilt Patel. Alan Warwick. John White. Malate Margarita.
Here.
Madam Chair, Marquita Wilson.
Present.
That concludes roll call.
We'll ask our staff to introduce themselves at this time.
Where are they?
Morning, I'm Susan Fleetwood. I'm the Executive Director of Economic Development at the North Carolina Taskforce. Patrice Padilla, Commerce Communication.
John Hart, North Carolina Department of Commerce, Executive Director of the Office of Science, Technology, and Innovation.
Good morning, Dana Magliola, North Carolina Department of Transportation and Trade Logistics.
Good morning, Gina Renfro, North Carolina Department of Commerce, Special System, Clean Energy Communications.
Good morning, Jennifer Mines, Assistant Secretary for Clean Energy Economic Development and Commerce.
Morning, all. I'm Colleen Brown, Department of Commerce, Social Media and Communication.
Sam Ball, Department of Commerce.
Dr. Carl Wesley, NC Commerce and the Economic Development Assistant Secretary's Office, ACC Policy Fellow.
Nicole Williams, Department of Commerce.
And I would like to acknowledge that Secretary Michelle Baker Sanders, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Commerce, has joined us. Thank you for joining us this morning, sir. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every task force member to avoid both conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts. If any member has any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to matters from the task force this morning, he's identified at this time. He's also identifying with respect to any matters discussed during the meeting, so that can be evaluated to ensure that any inappropriate participation is avoided. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Michael Mazzola, Director of the Energy Pedestrian Infrastructure Center, EPIC. He's also the Distinguished Chair in Power Engineering Systems at UNC Charlotte. Dr. Mazzola, thank you so much for arranging this lovely facility for us to meet in this morning and also for hosting us last night. Dr. Mazzola, if you'd like to make some remarks, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Welcome. Yeah, it is on. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for joining us today. And distinguished members of the task force, it is my pleasure to first recognize our valued sponsors of the event last night and today. Our platinum sponsor, Total Energies, and our two gold sponsors, Siemens Energy and TNEI. I would also like to thank hardworking staff members for putting together almost 3 perfect sessions. Today will be perfect, I'm sure. Beginning with the Chief Engagement Officer of Clean Carolinas, Ms. Carolyn Keith, as well as Nicole Williams, Gina Renfro, and all of the other staff members that we worked hard and almost constantly in the 2 months to make this a wonderful opportunity. Finally, I'd like to, as Project Director of Clean Carolinas, which I will be briefing you on as part of the generous time allotted to Clean Carolinas, EPIC, and Siemens Energy in the Queen City, the energy hub for the clean energy technology session that is coming up. So as Project Director of Clean Carolinas, I want to welcome you to my city, great city, Charlotte. Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Dr. Mazzola. And we'd also like to acknowledge all the work that Carolyn Keith put in. Carolyn is the Assistant Director of Economic and Workforce Development for EPIC. She's worked very closely with our team to ensure that we have a smooth meeting this morning. So thank you very much, Carolyn, for your work with us. If you have any other guests in the room who have not been acknowledged or introduced, would you please introduce yourself at this time? And the phone will be coming around.
I'm Dr. Sharad Biki. I work in large generators in Siemens Charlotte factory, and I take care of all the large generators, innovation and R&D projects.
Morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Falkenberger. I'm with Siemens Energy Grid Solutions, and I'm in business development for HVDC solutions.
Morning, everyone. My name is Greg Needham, UNC Charlotte, Executive Director of Research Partnerships.
I'm John Larson with Dominion Energy.
My name is Dr. Satya Khan. I am co-project director of North Carolina with Dr. Zola. I am also at Energy Production Infrastructure Center at UNC Charlotte and manage flexible energy labs.
Good morning, North Carolina, on the Global Energy Program at Coastal Studies Institute in Media, North Carolina.
My name is Mark Johnson. I actually used to live in North Carolina, but I live in South Carolina now. Clemson. I work a lot with my friends and the Clean Carolinas initiative, and also a lot with Siemens Energy Heroes.
Spencer, we're part of the supply chain for a reckon energy across the years.
Good morning, I'm Logan Brown. I'm a business representative for No Rights and Power Drivers. We're director of skilled craft training and labor providing for such as offshore energy.
Good morning, thanks. My name is Jonathan Sheridan. I'm from the UK Government Department of Business and Trade.
Good morning, my name is Ben Redding. I'm with NCTOWERS Foundation, supporting entrepreneurship real estate.
Good morning, my name is Mark Holmes. I'm in the UK Government Department of Business and Trade, also covering clean energy for the South East US. Thank you. Sean Meyer, I'm Chief Operating Officer with Winter.
Morning, everybody. It's Ben, also those who aren't familiar with our homegrown tech startup here in North Carolina, building stacks off the wing and doing everything we can to keep that business here. Thanks.
Good morning. So like Mark, I grew up in North Carolina, in Western North Carolina, but I'm a South Carolina transplant now. So I focus on recycling market development with the South Carolina Department of Commerce and the delegation. Regardless of what the UK government business trade excellent research. Morning, I'm Elizabeth Gilman. I'm with the Department of Commerce Division of Workforce.
Morning, I'm Quinn, CEO of South Carolina Research Authority, President's of the Clean Carolinas.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Maldonado. I'm founder and CEO of Attributed Science. We are a clean tech startup company that just relocated to North Carolina, and UNC Charlotte is our research partner. And we're developing wave design and modeling tools for the offshore wind industry.
Well, just a little bit deeper, Ocean Labs, and our focus is advanced technology innovation in the Carolinas.
Peter Ledford with the Governor's Office.
Lee Lillian, Director of Economic and Recovery in the Office of Governor Ray Cooper.
Good morning, I'm Lauren Harley with the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance.
Hi, good morning. I'm Sam Walker with ADNC.
Good morning, Ken Canterbury, E4 Carolinas, and newly minted president. So I'm happy to hear what's going on today. And we're a trade association for the Carolinas, Energy Trade Association.
Morning, everyone. Co-founder of Media Content Creation on behalf of the Carolinas.
All right, we have a full room this morning. Thank you all for joining us. We're excited about the work that each of you are doing, and certainly appreciate you being here supporting the work of the task force this morning. As we get started with our agenda, I want to take note of an article that was published earlier this month by Wind Systems titled "Offshore Wind at New York Ports Will Provide Thousands of Jobs." Just to give you an idea of what we're striving towards here, the work that we're doing here. Wind Systems reports that New York's Port of Albany is building the nation's first offshore wind power manufacturing facility. Once completed, the 626,000 square foot complex will annually produce up to 150 towers to support the turbines which will be floated down the Hudson River. And as you've heard us say before, each tower has 4,000 component parts. So that is a lot of opportunity for jobs, for manufacturing, and just for business, not just for the Port of New York, but certainly for all of us around this seaboard. Meanwhile, the Port of Toyland, another New York port, is planning to break ground in 2024 on a production, staging, and transportation site for nacelles, which house the critical components needed to convert the wind turbine into clean energy. The Port of Toyland has also proposed a standalone project to manufacture and transport wind turbine blades. The project is expected to be completed by 2026 and 2027. Well, those two projects, Port of Albany and Port of Toyland, respectively, with production ramping up to a maximum of 60 nacelles and 180 blades per year. Production. This is exciting news for New York and the U.S. offshore industry generally, as the development and operation of proposed facilities at the two ports will support up to 10,000 construction-related jobs, create over 3,200 new jobs, and add $1 billion in wages over the course of construction in the first year of operations. According to the assessment, these figures include jobs and wages at project sites of supply chain and throughout the broader regional economy. Additionally, the projects will generate up to $4 billion in total industry spending, stemming from the initial investment and supply chain spending over the course of construction and the first year of operation. So we're excited for the work that's being done at those two ports in New York, and we hope that we can have similar activity here in North Carolina, and of course, to support all of our regional partners up and down the coast. So it's great to know what's happening. Switching to updates on our subcommittee activities. Before I do that, I want to mention Ocean Network training is we mentioned at our last meeting, one reminder that part of our outreach efforts is our partnership with the Oceanic Network, formerly known as the Business Network for Offshore Wind. We partnered with them to provide a series of free online trainings, offshore wind business opportunities for North Carolina manufacturers and businesses. This is a combined effort with our subcommittees and staff, and we're pleased to invite all task force members to join us for our next training on February 27th. Training is virtual, so this will be the network's 6-hour offshore wind program with a focus on manufacturing. This training is designed to help manufacturers identify where they fit in the supply chain and how to receive assistance and guidance to secure their businesses. You may have seen registration information in our next offshore wind newsletter. We invite you to share that registration information with those in your network who you believe might benefit from this training. We'll also send task force members an invitation email. If you can share that with your networks, we would appreciate it. Although I think we already have quite a robust registration for that particular training, but we will have another training scheduled in the future as well. The session that we're speaking of now has a manufacturing focus, but it's open to all North Carolina organizations and businesses. And we want to, anyone who's interested really in learning about the industry, more about the industry and how to get involved in its opportunities. As you know, another component of our combined outreach business and workforce development efforts is our public outreach to schools. So we like to try to visit with the school before each task force meeting. Yesterday, we did that here in Charlotte, and we do that on a regular basis now. So we're really excited about the opportunities to partner with our local elementary, junior high, and high schools. When we upped our game yesterday, we had two visits, two activities. So many thanks to Carly Lohan and Dan Zenobia, who met with students from Charlotte Engineering Early College to share the kinds of job opportunities that are available in offshore wind throughout North Carolina. They joined the Department of Commerce and task force members, supply chain representatives, and developers to build small working wind turbines with the students. Keep an eye out for some great pictures on our social media. Thank you, Dan, for work with that. Many thanks to our friends at the Energy Production Infrastructure Center, also known as EPIC, for hosting and visiting, for connecting us with the Charlotte Engineering Early College. So that was a great opportunity for our task force members and all who participated. We also had the privilege of touring the Huntersville location of Southwire Company yesterday. Southwire is one of North America's largest wire cable producers. In fact, Southwire is supplying all of the underground, not under sea, but underground cable for the Vineyard Wind, the first large-scale offshore wind project in the U.S. Vineyard began sending power to the U.S. grid in early January, so right behind South Fork Wind, which began sending power to the grid in December. Task force members thanked us and Carly Owen, along with the supply chain and developer representatives, toured Southwire's 240,000 square foot plant, which features state-of-the-art technology for producing high voltage and extra voltage underground transmission cables. I didn't personally have an opportunity to participate in that tour, but I understand it was very informative and exciting for all of those who participated. We had additional activities with our UK partners. As you know, we had a memorandum of understanding with the UK, and certainly offshore wind is a key part of that, along with the broader economic development across the state. And we had the opportunity to have Council General Rachel Galloway yesterday from Atlanta, and some of our other partners from the UK. So that was a very good series of meetings that we had yesterday with our UK partners. And as you may recall, we had two delegations join us on our task force since we've been in place last year and the year before that. So we hope to continue these relationships with our UK partners. Don't forget our offshore wind events calendar is live on the Congress website. If you have items of interest to the North Carolina offshore wind community, please contact Gina Winfro, our staff liaison to the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee. Gina will be sure to share relevant information with our task force and all of those who are registered for a newsletter. Also, please reach out to Gina if your offshore wind supply chain business would like to be featured in our monthly offshore wind newsletters. If you'd like to make note of those businesses in the industry, particularly those located in our North Carolina community. So Gina Winfro is, her information is on our website. So if you have something to share, please reach out to her. And not to be outdone by our other subcommittees, the infrastructure subcommittee convened its members right before the holidays to hear a comprehensive presentation on subsea transmission cabling installation from Emmanuel Martin Lauser, who's Director of Business Development and Public Affairs with Nexus High Voltage USA, based in Goose Creek, South Carolina. Now to our South Carolina visitors, we would like to, while we are competitors, we are partners as well. So we do like to acknowledge those South Carolina partners who are supporting offshore wind. Also acknowledge Zach Skelton, Business Development Manager with Seaway 7, who has been working with our infrastructure subcommittee. One interesting thing we learned from that presentation is that the amount of electromagnetic field from subsea and subterranean cabling is less than that from an electronic toothbrush. And electronic cell phone, hotspot. So it's interesting as we think about, if you put it in the context of everything, a lot of times there is concern about the amount of radiation being emitted out. But when you think of it in terms of brushing your teeth with a cell phone that some folks have attached to their hand, that's interesting to know that detail. Looking ahead, staff to the infrastructure subcommittee will schedule a presentation on ports infrastructure from our partners in the Danish Energy Agency. And as you know, Denmark is another country that we have an MOU with, North Carolina has an MOU with. They've been very supportive and helpful. One of the first in this industry, in this sector, offshore wind, to get the towers up, and more than willing and anxious to share their wealth of information now to make sure that we're taking advantage of lessons learned from their country. With that, I am going to turn it over to our clean energy assistant director, Jennifer Lamont, and she's going to give us an update on activities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, task force. Good morning, folks from Charlotte. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm here with my quarterly update on all things offshore wind, and wait for the screen to settle down here and we'll get started. See if I can get technology to work. Oh, very sensitive. Very sensitive. A little quicker here. Okay. So, good morning, Jennifer Mutt, Assistant Secretary for Clean Energy Economic Development. Just gonna start with a couple of high-level takeaways that I hope that y'all will carry with you from my remarks. First of all, offshore wind is a reality in the United States right now. And I'm just going to talk about some of the work that we're doing here at Commerce to make sure that North Carolinians across the state are able to benefit from the offshore wind industry that we are trying to grow and develop as we speak. And just to remind all of y'all here at what some folks are calling big kids table, but all of y'all back here around us as well. You all are a key part of our clean energy future, and that future is going to include offshore wind. And so let me just start with offshore wind is a reality in the United States. It's not a question of if, it's a question of how fast. We have power, as Chair Welton just mentioned, that is coming onshore from turbines that are spinning off the coast of Massachusetts and New York right now, powering homes and businesses in those states. We have the largest project under development in the country, Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project off the coast of Virginia Beach, that our esteemed guest, John Larson from Dominion, is going to describe to us. He's had some pretty exciting announcements that just came out from the Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management this week. And I'm not going to steal his thunder, so I'm going to let him take that at the time. You know, there are lots of challenges that are facing the industry. We talked about that at our last meeting: supply chain, inflation, interest rates, but they're not just plaguing offshore wind. They're hitting every industry that has significant infrastructure and capital investments. And so it's not just offshore wind that is being plagued by these geopolitical and other issues. Everybody is dealing with this. But as the issues settle down, yesterday we heard from the Federal Reserve that they're not moving interest rates, and there's a lot of anticipation that they're going to slowly start to come back down again. That means that there's going to be still there too. And we also know that the offshore wind industry will bring a whole lot of economic investment, and so we're looking to see what that will yield in the future. The mentioned Commerce is working on multiple fronts. It includes the partnerships that Chair Welton mentioned with the federal government, with other nations, the UK and Denmark, that we have established to really create a viable and efficient path forward to bringing this industry to bear. We are partnering with Oceanic, as Chair Welton mentioned, about our training so that we can help encourage and prepare and ready our North Carolina-based manufacturers so that they can enter into the supply chain and be successful. And we're also working very closely with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management on what I have fondly termed Central Atlantic 2.0 to ensure that they are diligently working with us to identify more areas of our coast that would be viable for offshore wind development into the future. And as I mentioned, y'all are part of the clean energy future and are often in industry too. From workforce development to business development to training and education on the opportunities that this industry is going to provide, you all have a role to play. And I appreciate y'all being here. And if you have any questions about what you can do as an individual or as an organization or as a company, contact me or any of my colleagues at Commerce and ensure that you're on the right path forward. And so with that, yeah, that's my update. Thanks, very tenderly. Quick overview slide, for those of you who have the folders, you should have a copy of the step in there, so take notes, follow. We're gonna talk market roundup. So I want to start with something. Yes, ma'am.
I think everyone's having a hard time hearing both you and me, so I'm gonna ask you to pull closer to the microphone. Are you sure you need to do that? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let's start with the good news. Before the holidays, 10 of the 11 fishery mitigation program states all along the East Coast signed a letter of support to the American Clean Power System, which triggered the ACP to release $1 million of industry-supported funding for the creation of a regional fund administrator and the design and development of an RFP process to bring that administrator on board. The Energy Commission in the state of New York, NYSERDA, is leading an effort for the development of the RFP, and goal is to establish a fund that is not only accessible to fisheries porting from or landing in these Atlantic states, but to all affected fisheries along the Atlantic seaboard. This regional fund and the fund administrator will provide fisheries an accessible, equitable, and consistent one-stop shop for the filing and receiving claims for individual costs and losses that are imposed on fishing enterprises by one or more offshore wind projects, regardless of where they come from port. Last week, in another good news story, the state of New Jersey awarded conditional offers to 2 offshore wind projects in its latest solicitation. Invenergy and Energy RE's 2,400 megawatt leading light project received an award with a price of $112.50 per megawatt hour. And also Topile Energies, one of our leaseholders in Carolina Long Bay, through their project Rise Light and Power with Horeo, they won for their project 1,342 megawatt attentive energy 2 bid with a price of $131 per megawatt hour. Both projects are expected to enter into operation in 2031, with leading light coming online in 2 1,200 megawatt phases, and with the second phase coming online in 2032. And then the other good news story I wanted to share is New York South Fork Wind. It's going through. This is a picture of South Fork Wind. First utility scale offshore wind farm to generate power in the United States on December 6th. Last week, Ørsted, the Danish company behind the development of South Fork, announced that it had achieved 50% of the installation of the project. So that means 6 out of the 12 turbines are now in the water, spinning hot power for New York. And let's see, we've got some other good news to share before we talk a little bit about not so great news. So last week, another really exciting update, the state of California announced that the U.S. Department of Transportation awarded $426.7 million grant to Humboldt Bay Harbor Recreation and Conservation District for the construction and maintenance of an offshore wind infrastructure. The big project will involve the construction of a modern marine terminal primarily for the transport, import, staging, pre-assembly, final assembly, launch, and water construction, and long-term maintenance of floating offshore wind turbine devices in the region. The project also includes environmental protection measures such as eco shoreline, and with $426 million in funds has to be matched by private entities. So that's nearly $1 billion going into ports and infrastructure in the coastal communities of North Carolina, or California, excuse me. And then lastly, Belgium is on schedule to hold 4 offshore wind lease sales this year. They're happening in these regions in this order: Gulf of Mexico 2.0, Gulf of Maine, Central Atlantic, and the Oregon coast. And so we're going to see a whole lot more acreage coming available for developing offshore wind all around the continental United States. So I want to just shift a little bit because it's not all rosy. There's some not so good news that's been out there. Last week, researchers from Concordia and Hydro-Quebec presented a study at the 2023 IEEE International Conference on Communication Control and Computing Technologies for Smart Grids, an organization I had not heard of previously, that articulated the concerns and risks of cyber attacks faced by offshore wind farms. Specifically, the researchers of this paper considered that wind farms use voltage source converter, high voltage direct current connections, which are rapidly becoming the most cost-effective solution to harvest wind energy around the world. But the challenges reveal are, so it's concerned that they are at risk. So while there are cybersecurity concerns with this technology, it also provides an opportunity. I always say the challenge is an opportunity. And so earlier this month, interestingly enough, the U.S. Department of Energy announced a $30 million funding opportunity made available by the bipartisan infrastructure law to support the research and development and demonstration of next-gen tools to protect energy delivery infrastructure from cyber attacks. And so while government is not necessarily always going to come in to address a concern, there are going to be tons of money and some research behind it so that we can protect our grids. Almost 500 gigawatts of offshore wind generating capacity will be deployed across the European Union and neighboring countries like the UK and Norway, making it the third biggest energy source by 2050. Those targets will require up to 34,000 miles of additional transmission lines. These findings by Europe's Association of Transmission System Operators, the NCTOWERS, highlight a challenge for the region's supply chain. And it's already that's already strained by those very economic and geopolitical factors that I articulated before. With the demand soon to overtake the supply in Europe, there are knock-on impacts for us here in the United States, especially because so much of our infrastructure is being imported at this time because we have an immature supply chain in the US. And so this really amplifies and accentuates the need for us to build out a domestic supply chain so that we are not reliant and dependent on European manufacturers or Asian manufacturers, because every country, every region is starting to really invest in children, and we need to be able to produce our materials there at home. And then lastly, MIT analysts predict that 2024 is going to be a bumpy year for the industry. Part of the problem in this lies in the fact that these projects are typically built and financed after securing a place to build the farm and the contracts to sell electricity that follow. Those prices get locked in years in advance prior to the project being finished. And for projects that are getting underway now, keep in mind that those energy prices were negotiated 4 or 5 years ago in a much different economic environment that we're looking at today. And so building an offshore wind with a nascent domestic supply chain at a time when the entire industry is struggling worldwide is difficult, but the enormity of tax credits and opportunities that have been made available by the Inflation Reduction Act, the near completion of the first Jones Act compliant wind turbine installation vessel that I'm sure our John Munson will talk about here shortly, and other factors may help yield a turnaround though this committee is relevant by discuss. We talked a little bit about some of the federal activities that North Carolina has been engaging in. I've discussed a couple of times the work that we're doing in concert with the White House and several federal agencies to implement offshore wind supply chain and workforce across the country. I shared back in November the news that North Carolina joined a memorandum of understanding on securing the East Coast offshore wind supply chain collaboration as a part of our ongoing efforts with that implementation partnership launched by President Biden back in July of 2022. We learned over the past couple of months that the National Renewable Energy Labs is going to be providing significant project support to help implement the terms of this MOU. And we're also going to provide facilitation, coordination, and analyses for the partner services that are set up under this MOU. There are 3. There's one in New England comprising Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New York. There's in New Jersey and Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. From making stop before I can play Lincoln in New York, I think there's something very upset with me. The second regional partnership is New York and New Jersey, and the third is the Central Atlantic, comprising Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina. And NRALA is evaluating how to do pooled funding frameworks. They're going to be developing an online video viewer that tracks leasing and procurement across the states to provide more visibility to other developers, investors, manufacturers, and they're conducting a national emphasis on both vessels and coordinating regional procurement. Federal updates continue talking about our good federal partner, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. There's a lot of activity happening in the Central Atlantic, which is Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina. At the end of last year, the Bureau issued a proposed sale notice for the Central Atlantic and is soliciting comments. Comment period is open until February 12th. As I shared with y'all before, areas off the North Carolina coast were not included in this initial effort, and only those indicated in this figure in the bright orange, the top of the map, area A, and in the burnt orange, the middle of the map, area C, off the coast of Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia, respectively. Area A, off the coast of Maryland, is a little over 101,000 acres in size, while area C, Virginia's coast, is directly east or adjacent to the existing Sea Belt project area and is more than 125,000 acres in size. 4 bidders are pre-qualified to participate in the pending auction as of now. They include Avangrid Renewables, represented by our good friend Ashley McLeod over here, U.S. Mainstream Offshore Wind, OW North America, and Energy are in offshore wind holdings. Other developers or entities may qualify no later than February 12th, and BOEM is seeking a host of information from stakeholders on the groundbreaking questions in this proposed sale notice, including some that could implicate North Carolina for our future leasing efforts, including things like how existing uses in areas might be affected by development, programs and ideas for fishery compensation mitigation plans, and how potential future bidding credits could be applied for conservation programming. The draft environmental assessment for this area was released on January 11th and is available, and I should say, is taking comment on that document again until February 12th. The analysis that was performed in the environmental assessment was focused on the effects of site characterization and site assessment activities that take place following the issuance of commercial wind energy leases. These activities include temporary placement of meteorological buoys and oceanographic devices, as well as the conduct of geotechnical, geophysical, and biological surveys in the lease area. This is the same type of activity that our leaseholders in Kitty Hawk conducted years ago, and that our friends in Carolina Long Bay conducted, or started beginning to conduct earlier, about 6 months ago. In this analysis, BOEM determined that the proposed activities that would take place in this area would result in either negligible or minor impacts to resources. I just want to talk a little bit about Central Atlantic 2.0. Over the last several months has publicly referenced a potential second resale of Central Atlantic in multiple venues. You really excited about that opportunity. Through written and in-person communications, North Carolina has continued to work with Bowen to analyze and deconflict areas off our coast for future leasing opportunities. And we are working in partnership with Bowen, other state and federal agencies to get North Carolina's areas in the central and ready for leasing as early as 2025. I won't steal any executive reports, executive director of our ports authority, Sutter, and I'm really excited to share that a final environmental impact statement for the Radio Island multi-use terminal proposal is nearing completion. I mentioned this at our last meeting in Morehead City when the draft EIS was on the street. Recall that the document's purpose and scope is for the construction of a multi-use terminal on Radio Island that could attract automotive and offshore wind industries and enhance economic development locally and across the state. Since November, state and federal agencies provided comments to the state's clearinghouse on the draft EIS, including comments received from our agency Commerce, Department of Environmental Quality, Wildlife Resources Commission, Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, and federal agencies, including the Army Corps of Engineers, US EPA, and others. Like I mentioned, the final environmental impact statement is currently under review by the state clearinghouse, and we expect a record of decision to be issued in the next few weeks. Stay tuned. Other state-related activity. We want to talk a little about Smart Tower. At our last meeting, I shared with y'all that we are part of the launch of the regional offshore wind supply chain analysis and workforce assessment that the National Renewable Energy Laboratory is conducting on our behalf. The week after we met in November, representatives from each state, we all traveled up to DC for a kickoff scoping meeting for our multi-level project. One of our colleagues in Commerce, Josh Levy, a senior analyst in our Board and Economic Analysis Division, who has worked with us on this task force in the past on workforce analyses. He joined me at this meeting, and under 2 subsequent meetings with NREL, where we were all convened, they shared with us the topics on which they're going to focus this analysis. The supply chain analysis component of the study is going to focus on material that are most needed and most constrained in the current market: blades, towers, and monopiles. Blades in Europe are the most constrained component, and there's only one facility that's been announced in the US. There are 2 towers facilities in the United States, one in Maryland and the other in New York, but neither is operational as of this time. And finally, when it comes to monopiles, there's only one operational site in New Jersey and one announced in Maryland. And so looking at what is available already in the United States and how each of our states can contribute to the greater supply chain, that is what the most going to be scoping for us. This is going to evaluate where and how these investments and these components can be made rationally within the region. And as such, that they advance the US supply chain, satisfy the agency demand, and help us align with the assets that each state brings to the table. And we will also conduct several case studies, including the evaluations of alternative foundations, marshalling boards, serial small vessels built by several yards in the region, and monopile feeder vessel conversions. And at the same time, a workforce assessment is going to be conducted against the findings of these modeled supply chain scenarios, will be place dependent, meaning that the workforce assessment will be evaluated on a local, state, and regional catchment basis. Work is progressing as planned, and I promise we'll continue to bring y'all updates as it goes forward. And I'm not going to repeat this, but I'm going to put my little, I guess I'm going to put my little animation thing on the bird. But I will just note really quickly. Here we go. Chair Wilson mentioned that we have this upcoming training taking place in about 4 weeks' time. Offshore Wind Ready that'll be led by staff at the NCTOWERS, formerly the business network for Offshore Wind. It is free and open to North Carolina businesses and manufacturers, companies that are interested in being part of or putting into the offshore industry sector. And we welcome your participation. 6 hours on my train with an hour for lunch. And last thing I wanted to provide a quick update on what's happening with the carbon plan. Recall, we take all that. House Bill 951, bipartisan conversation was suspended in October 2021, directed the Utilities Commission to prepare a carbon plan for the electric power utilities that achieves 70% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. The commission published its first carbon plan at the end of December 2022 and is now in the throes of preparing the next biennial plan, which is expected to be released by the end of this calendar year. Duke Energy submitted its proposed carbon reduction pathways last August. We heard from our colleagues in the governor's office who shared an overview of what those three pathways look like and articulated that at the time Duke's preferred pathway number 3 contemplated a possibility of up to 1.6 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2035 or 2038. Fast forward to November, when several months later, after initially filing that proposal, Duke submitted a supplemental plan to the Utilities Commission noting that there was a substantial and material increase in the underlying load forecast, much like our form they had proposed or had anticipated when work had been done earlier last year. More particularly, Duke's proposed CPIRP as filed in August relied on spring 2023 load forecasts that were finalized in the first quarter of last year. And Duke's November letter noted that since that time, Duke's Carolina service territories have experienced continued and strong, unprecedented economic development well above the company's historical experience. The letter advised that the pieces note of the screen warrants the need for this update. And finally, Duke indicated its intention to meet with public staff and other interveners regarding supplemental modeling and analysis are needed. Following that consultation with the public staff and other parties to the proceeding, Duke determined that it was necessary to perform limited supplemental modeling to submit additional portfolio analysis and supporting testimony to the proceeding based on the updated load forecast. More particularly, Duke filed a letter in December indicating that their planned supplemental analysis will produce limited additional portfolios and sensitivity analyses intended to inform the commission's consideration of their intervention plan, as well as the intermediate and long-term least cost pathways to achieving carbon emissions reductions targets. Duke further stated that the additional portfolios and analyses do not supersede otherwise indicate a robust initial modeling provided an initial CPIRP, but instead will provide additional information for the commission and purpose of use consideration. The commission responded to those communications by directing Duke to file supplemental modeling and then a portfolio that achieves that 70% reduction by 2030 by the end of last month, yesterday. And that big announcement came out yesterday, and maybe a lot of us were hitting refresh on the commission's website to see what that looked like. And in a very welcome surprise or announcement, if you will, Duke's new modeling included 2.4 gigawatts of offshore wind to be put on or to be considered as a part of the resource portfolio in 2034. And so it's a significant increase from what had been initially proposed last August, and one that I'm incredibly excited to see. The next step in the carbon plan process are articulated in those bullets under course steps there. Before the interveners file testimony, however, the public or the Utilities Commission is going to be hosting a series of public and virtual meetings to hear comments and information from the using public. And so if you're interested in where those are, there's one on the Commission website, but I also have them right here. I'm happy to share them with you as well. And so that's bringing it home. Offshore wind is happening. It's now, it's here, and it's up to us as to how fast we can get more and more for instant water. We're doing as much and everything that we can to our farmers. to promote and create durable programming and policies that help us get there. And remember what your role is here to help us be part of this clean energy transition and clean energy future for North Carolina and for everybody in the United States. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your break. I ran a little long, but if you have any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that update. And that is exciting news about Duke's updated carbon plan. Any thoughts from any of our task force members? Policymakers.
Not sure. I'm Courtney Lohan, I'm the Association of Coalition. I know that the supplemental portfolio model was just submitted yesterday, and I think we've all had the time to completely digest it, but curious as a task force member and stakeholder of the wind development, commerce for the state of North Carolina is thinking about any sort of public support or performance to express appreciation for wind being proposed in that portfolio, but also kind of reinforcing the need for near-term development to be able to maximize and take the opportunity of all those efforts.
I appreciate that question, and I would first and foremost thank you. We, the agency, back in the preparation of the first part of the plan back in 2022, did submit a comment on behalf of the agency articulating to the commission the multitude of benefits that come alongside the development of offshore wind that are anticipated there. Not only the economic investment benefits, economic job creation, economic mobility opportunities that will come to the region, especially the regions of the state that have been historically underserved and under-resourced. And that's part of the docket. As you mentioned, the supplemental modeling just came out 24 hours ago. I think all of us we're all going to have to take some time to digest that. But it seems to me that with the blessing of my superiors whom I'm looking at, if they feel that it is appropriate to make a similar comment, articulate what these economic benefits are, what the workforce and job creation opportunities are, come alongside a 2.4 gigawatt offshore wind development and beyond. I think that that's simply on the table. And I'm not putting you on the spot, I'm just saying something for us to consider.
Well, given that we've already commented, I think it would be appropriate to offer additional comments on the updated plan. And certainly, we are supportive of the direction that Duke is going in, and to the extent that we can share something that is relevant, I think it's appropriate.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Any other thoughts or comments on anything Jennifer has presented this morning? All right, we're going to change. Thank you, Jennifer. We're going to transition to an update on the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project. John Larson, who's Director of Public Policy and Development at Dominion Energy. And John couldn't join us in person this morning, but John is with us on WebEx. And John, good morning.
All right. I'll make sure everyone can see my screen. The share. All good?
Yes, yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Look, yes, I'm John Larson with Dominion Energy, and Madam Chair and members of NCTOWERS. Thanks for the opportunity to share some of the updates with the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project. As Jennifer mentioned, we've had a lot of recent big accomplishments on the project, and I'll cover those and share some additional information. I apologize, I had planned to be down there in person. Always great to come to my home state, but unfortunately, my wife had a medical procedure and was a little uncomfortable with being 5 hours away from home should something happen or she need some help. It's a whole lot easier being 20 minutes away from home. we have had a lot of accomplishments, and many of you have seen this picture before, but the turbines have just been performing extremely well for us, the two pilot turbines, that is, and they have fared well during recent storms. So I'll mention the recent high winds that we had. We actually achieved the first time that the turbines actually cut out due to high winds over 62.5 miles per hour. And of course, what happens is the pitch of the blades and the yaw of the nacelle is adjusted to take it to the least load, and they perform flawlessly. And as soon as the winds drop back down, they begin generating power again. So we're seeing the type of performance that we had expected with the turbines during these events, and no damage at all on the inspections afterwards. So continue to do well. I'll start with a quick safety moment here. And really just want to use this as a venue to share the picture on the right. Actually, I was at the turbines on this day, and about 20 minutes after we pulled away with a group touring, we had a 14-foot great white shark come up and swim around the turbines for a few minutes. So, of course, our fun little safety moment right now is don't fall in. And we had technicians out working that day as well, and one of the technicians snapped this photograph of the shark. So abundant sea life that we have both around the scour as well as just through the water column. Many of you are pretty familiar with the project. Just a real quick update. We will have 176 14.7 megawatt turbines. It's just shy of 2.6 gigawatts of power. It's actually 2,587 megawatts. But this graphic is a newer graphic we're sharing. And really what this graphic is doing is giving you an idea of the inter-array cable. There'll be almost 300 miles of inter-array cable connecting the turbines to the substations. They're typically in strings of 5 or 6, as you can see, and how they're connected and feed in. And it's a pretty good idea of the work that not only goes in with setting the turbine and the foundations and the turbines themselves, but the work in the whole wind energy area that occurs to run that inter-array cable and have the turbines interconnected. A little bit about the accomplishments. So I'll be honest with you, this week is a banner week, and I actually began working on the project when we were first acquiring the lease. So it's fantastic to see a project like this advance. It's not often in a career that has spanned almost 3 decades for me here at Dominion, but in any career, you work on a single project that by the time it's completed will be approximately 13 years. So really excited about seeing where we are. But this week we received from BOEM our construction and operations plan, and on the same day, the Army Corps permits that were needed. And then just yesterday, we received our letter of authorization from Marine Fisheries regarding our conduct and how we'll work with the marine life and what our requirements are for that. No real surprises in any of those. Of course, there is a lot of information and conditions and requirements, so we continue to go through those, but very pleased that we've achieved that accomplishments. These accomplishments that really set us up for success with the project. Probably, if you want to know what the next big activity for us, it will be our Outer Continental Shelf air permit, which is out for comment right now. We expect to get that back in the near term, and certainly well ahead and in advance for us to begin offshore work May 1 of this year with the first foundation installation. We have already commenced onshore work prior to receiving the Army Corps plan in non-wetland areas. And that work is going well, and I'll have some photographs as we go through to share with you on that. So many of you have seen this schematic here before, this graphic. And what I'm going to do is, in the next few minutes, is take you through what these parts really look like and what's going on to fabricate these these different components that make up of the offshore wind project for CVOW and really for any project that you'll see. So I'll quickly go ahead and move into that. Right now you see a video playing in the center here, and this is the arrival of the first 8 monopiles for the CVOW project. And I think you can see how large they are by the people standing there on the ground beside them. They are really amazing when you look at them. To give you an idea, they're about the length of a football field here and weigh about the equivalent weight of 6 Boeing 747s. So we're very pleased to have those arrived. We have received 2 loads of 8 turbines, and a third one is about halfway through the Atlantic, bringing the next load. And obviously, very much is the vision here with Radio Island that you have. Portsmouth Marine Terminal is serving as a staging and marshaling port. One thing, that video went very quickly, and let me stop it so it quits playing over and over. It takes about 8 hours to unload each one of those monopiles. So that short video was actually pieced together off of 8 hours of moving, and it takes about 2 weeks to traverse the Atlantic from Rostock, Germany to Portsmouth. So that's kind of the cycle that we have, is roughly once a month we'll be receiving these monopiles as we go forward. Next thing I'd like to talk a little bit about is the transition pieces, which sit on top of those foundations. And those foundations, once they're put in, then if you think about the transition piece, it is really a piece that makes the base of the turbine towers to that foundation. So a couple of things really happen concurrently if you look along that top line. So in the upper part of the transition piece, there's roughly 2 levels there in which switch gear and some control equipment are housed. And that's so that you have very easy access to that, and also where cables are terminated as they come into the turbine, the inter-array cables to run between the string to get to the offshore substation. So that is fabricated. And you can see certainly where you have the rolled steel plates that are welded together. And on the right, you see that they are assembled to make the housing or the structure itself with regards to the transition piece. They're then obviously coated and painted due to their exposure to the elements and the seawater. And then the flange is put on top, which is where the base of the turbine tower will attach to. So they're lifted and put in place. And these are actual photographs of some of our transition pieces that are under fabrication right now as we continue to move forward. Another area here that's underway is obviously the fabrication of our export cables. So there are 9 export cables, 3 from each substation, and we'll have 18 spools of cable because about halfway in we'll have one area in which we'll have to join the cables, and that will be done. And then they're dropped into the seabed after they are put together. The cables are roughly 11.5 inches of diameter and buried, on average, it's probably about 8 to 10 feet deep. We have some areas that are more shallow due to other infrastructure. And of course, where possible, we'll go deep as we can, up to about 16 feet. To give you an idea, this is the export cables is the equivalent of driving from New York City down to Richmond, down to I-95. So that helps calibrate for you, the distance that we're talking about and how we're moving forward. But very excited to see this fabrication. We already have fabrication of a lot of the inter-array cables. So that continues to advance as well. And that's just shy of 300 miles, as I mentioned on that second slide. Here is a video of the offshore substation subassembly. So, many people have a lot of questions about the offshore substation and how that's handled. It is the largest lift, 4,000 tons. So it's a substantive lift that we have, and we'll be looking for the right day to make that installation. But just to give you an idea, it's roughly the equivalent of a 4-story building, even though you see really 3 levels here due to the size of the equipment. But you know, the HVAC system, it is a conditioned and controlled environment. And you can see how large the air handler and HVAC equipment is here with the individuals there working on that as it's being pre-assembled. It was pre-assembled on shore and then put on the seagoing barge to go from Seville, Spain up to Aalborg, Denmark for final assembly before it comes across over to Portsmouth Marine Terminal as we go forward. So pretty great video. You can see the size of it, and you'll see some vehicles come past as we're going here, and you saw some people moving back and forth. But pretty large piece of equipment to bring across the sea on a barge for all intents and purposes. So I think the take home with those pieces of equipment before I get into some of the onshore work that started is we were very successful in our tenders. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of the benefits of that by getting out early on and making sure that we had manufacturing slots and that we had all the raw materials and adequate time to source those as we went forward. So how do we get this power to our customers? We'll come ashore at the State Military Reservation, which is a National Guard base for the Commonwealth of Virginia. We'll then go underground over to Naval Air Station Oceana, which is where we'll transition to above ground work. So about a little over 4 miles underground and a little over 14 miles overhead transmission structure. And those contracts have all been let to various firms that do this type of work. And we actually issued the last one of those contracts a month or so ago. So mobilization is already taken place. We have 2 laydown yards that are frankly pretty much stocked to the gills right now, and that will continue. But at State Military Reservation, obviously the first thing to begin with was clearing and getting in there as we had to cross the State Military Reservation. There is a lake on that as well that we'll use HDD drilling to go under. And then we'll also have duct bank, as you see in that middle, which are really just pipes encased in concrete. And one of the biggest things, and we're actually doing this in a parking lot by the shooting range there at State Military Reservation, is digging, we call it the pit. And so this is a large pit that the cables, HDD pipes will be pushed out towards what will be a vault about a half mile offshore, where the export cables will then go into the HDD pipes to make their way ashore. And then there is a pretty large, if you will call it a manhole, that you can see being lowered down into that pit on the bottom right. So activity is moving along well, and great progress with that. I'll mention on the onshore piece, obviously we have some wet areas that we have to traverse, some wetlands, designated wetlands. And with the Army Corps, we can now begin clearing those corridors and beginning work in those areas. It's very important for us to get in and conduct all of the tree clearing that we need to do and get those right-of-ways established prior to the bat pupping season. So it's pretty full tilt with a large number of crews in there doing that type of preparation work so that the transmission line crews can get in and begin erecting structures and moving forward. In the wet area specifically, all of those structures will be installed using what's called a can. So if you think about it, it's a foundation that is a big metal sleeve, and it goes into the soil in the wet areas. It's vibrated in, and then the structure is mounted on top of that. So a lot of work going, and looking forward to advancing that, because it's extremely important that we get this infrastructure in place by 2025, because we expect to use sequential commissioning of the turbines so that you don't wait until the end of 2026 and have 176 turbines sitting idle and not being able to bring that power to the grid before you get the final commercial operations approval from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and BSEE. We continue to do a tremendous amount of work with our fisheries. Jennifer mentioned deconflicting and working with stakeholders. We really have two known fisheries, and those are the bottom two, the black sea bass and the whelk fishery. And we've been working with them for a tremendous number of years and number of engagements. And VIMS, the Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences, has served as a clearinghouse to collect their information and help us do the analysis and sampling so that we have a good baseline with how we can work forward and should there be any mitigation that's required. And then there was Atlantic surf clam. We don't really have an active fishery there, but there's been a lot of interest expressed by some of the fisheries, commercial fisheries for surf clams. So and it's quahog clams that we're talking about here. So we are actually engaged with that community as well as working with VIMS to characterize and collect any information on the potential of that to actually serve as a fishery and how we would work through collaborating with that specific fishery as well. So our engagement will continue through the construction and operation of the project. And it's been really beneficial to have gotten out early and been very engaged with these different fisheries as we've advanced the project. Right now, we've been working very similar to North Carolina, up here in Virginia and the Hampton Roads area. So we've got Portsmouth Marine Terminal that will serve, obviously, as our staging and marshaling port. The first phases to receive the monopiles of the upgrades to that port to be able to take increase the load bearing capacity for these heavy pieces of equipment is completed. And now we're working on the next two phases of that to have them ready to receive additional large components. And then just across the Elizabeth River is where our Marine Coordination and Control Center will be. So that middle picture on the top is a rendition of that facility. The foundations and earthwork are underway there now with a lot of great activity. But that will serve to coordinate the large number of vessels. We will have probably close to 100 vessels engaged on the project. So there's a tremendous opportunity for any of those in the maritime industry where they haul and move goods to participate and pick up goods. But the key thing is you have to coordinate with your own fleet, but also with commercial. And of course, just as in North Carolina, we have a military presence in the area. So a lot of coordination with the Atlantic Fleet Command here in Norfolk and working with them as they move forward with both warships as well as aircraft that operate frequently in the area. So a lot of coordination will go in out of that. And then, of course, we will also have our power operations control center located there as well that will monitor the operation of the turbines as we go through the life of the project. And behind that is a warehouse where goods will be stored. You can see just off of the bulkhead there, there'll be a dock that our SOV and crew transfer vessels and the Charybdis, when it's in port, will be docked as it works on wind projects up and down, but it will be the home port for it. A lot of coordination goes on with this, and we do drills with the Coast Guard. You can see a rescue diver being lowered onto the top of the platform should anybody fall ill or be injured. Then it's a way to expediently, and of course, that chopper is out of North Carolina, and it's about a 20-minute flight to get out to the wind energy area. But we do those drills. And, one of the key things, if you notice the position of the turbine blades, that's called bunny ears when they're up like this. And we work through a number of different configurations to understand what the pilots would like to have by putting in different areas so they could work on approach. Safety and is top priority there. And they determined that bunny ears is the preferred because they can see both blades as they approach and understand, and actually provides a vectoring guide for them from a site perspective as we go forward. And then these are some photographs of our wind turbine technicians working on the 2 pilot turbines out there. You can see one is up at the top of the transition piece using, well, that's on the boat, lifting equipment that will then be lifted up by the davit crane on the top of the transition piece. And you can see workers ascending the transition piece to get up so they can enter the wind turbine tower at the base. A little bit about that fleet, and so I'll give you some updates on Charybdis. Right now, we've got the Endeavor, and we're working on a contract for a second crew transfer vessel that will operate as a daughter craft for the service ops vessel. That service ops vessel is being constructed right now up in Wisconsin, and it will have an operating crew of 25 and about 30 wind turbine technicians will work on that vessel as well, with 2-week deployments. And again, if you think of it, it's a floating Holiday Inn. It'll have each individual will have their own cabin. There's the galley, there'll be a gym, there'll be also an entertainment room with screens on it, whether someone would like to watch a movie or take online classes or play video games, whatever they want to do in their off time, to try to make life a little more enjoyable for them as they're out on their 2-week deployments. Charybdis, right now, we're roughly 80% constructed. In fact, very soon here, it will be moving from dry dock to going to quayside to finish construction. So the superstructure is on it, the jacking legs are on it, and all the propulsion systems are on board the vessel. So it's really working to get the finishing aspects, but just as anybody that's built a house knows, getting through those finishing aspects and getting everything done takes quite a lot of time and a number of people. And there are about 1,200 people right now working on the construction of Charybdis down in Brownsville, Texas. Expect that to start sea trials later this year and be available for construction next year to set turbine towers, nacelles, and blades. Right now, and this data I'll point out is from June of 2023. We've documented about 1,000 people in the US working on the project. About 3/4 of those have been Virginia-based, and a little over half have been local. The majority of that, obviously, if you think about it, comes from the port infrastructure upgrades that are underway at this stage in the project. We have a requirement in the Virginia Clean Economy Act to work with historically disadvantaged communities and local workers in the Virginia Clean Economy Act that enables this. And we're very proud that we've achieved 68% diverse workers working at this stage, and 73% of those were Virginia workers that we've documented. So you may ask, how often will we collect this information? We've actually designed a platform here that integrates into our IT systems. And so on a quarterly basis, we will be getting updates from all of our prime contractors down through their 3rd-tier subs to collect local spend as well as demographics, gender, and whether someone is a veteran or not that's working on the project, so that we can continue to document and show our progress with what we're doing to work with the communities and meet those obligations of the Virginia Clean Economy Act. So pretty robust effort there and great participation. We've actually just sent out, and it's all electronically done, so we've just shared the access with those individuals in the past few weeks, and in the next couple of weeks we'll have a good update for where our spend is. We start moving towards this mobilization between offshore as well as the onshore aspects of the project. Right now, you may have well heard, we're on schedule and on budget, and very pleased with how things are moving along. We've continued to hold our cost at the $9.8 billion cost estimate, and we actually have 92% fixed cost. With being a regulated utility and having going to the State Corporation Commission for approval, what we really took the approach, and just as we do with any large generation project, is that we needed to have surety of cost, schedule, and a very good risk assessment of the project and the steps we would take to de-risk to assure we remained on schedule and on budget. So we began our tenders in 2020 with all of the major aspects and components completed in 2021 as we got our case filed and heard before the commission. We did have some areas and sought approval to put hedges in place for our currency, our FX risk, as well as for commodity materials such as steel, copper, aluminum, and those types of items. So we were fortunate enough to get that done at an opportune time before we had the high interest rates and inflation, which has led us to have a very good cost position. And with some application of PTCs, we're actually able to say the levelized cost of energy for the project is $77 per megawatt hour for that power that's delivered to customers. So that was a great accomplishment that the project had, and the project team working with our treasury team was able to execute to provide that stability and surety that our customers seek and require, as well as our regulators. So great work as far as that went. I want to talk a little bit about the importance of offshore wind for us. Over the next 15 years, we're expected to have an 85% increase in demand growth. So that's pretty substantive. It's driven by a couple of things. We have some large, high-intensity energy users, data centers, if you will, with a large concentration of those. And I know that North Carolina is seeing similar growth, but this is going to lead to frequent seasonal new peaks. So December of year before last, with Winter Storm Elliott, we hit our all-time system peak of a little over 22,000 megawatts, as you see here. And then in the summer of last year, we hit another summer peak, almost 22,000 megawatts, as you see. But we expect that to continue as we go forward, and we'll be bringing a number of different generation resources as we strive to meet the requirements of the Clean Economy Act by a carbon-free portfolio by 2045. During the meantime, we will have to look at adding some additional peaking gas facilities, because we have to be able to meet that demand for our customers and serve their needs, no matter what the conditions are and what the loads are, as well as make sure the transmission infrastructure is built out across our systems in Virginia and North Carolina to serve those customers. So if you look at 2030, and I chose this out of our most recent integrated resource plan, you can see that CVAL phase 1 will make up a little over 8% of our generation mix. And obviously a CVAL 2, you would expect to be around that size or a little bit larger. So it's going to take an all of the above approach, as I was mentioning, in that diverse generation portfolio as we move forward to be able to meet our customers' needs. One thing I'd like to highlight here, we've had great capacity factors on the project to date of 46%. The NREL models call for around 42 to 43%. And we're really trying to work and understand, and working with NREL, is that because their Met-Ocean buoy data suggested that, and of course we're up, say, 400, 500 feet above sea level, what type of factors may be leading to that? Or is it just as we go through the normal, I'll call it weather cycles of El Nino and La Nino, and just different storms that may come along as we go forward with that, and what contributions. The project will save about $3 billion in fuel savings in its first decade of operations. But I want to call attention, these high wind, cold events that we typically see during the winter storm periods really come at a time that we see peaks in gas prices. And offshore wind can certainly offset that. In fact, during that Winter Storm Elliott, in about a 12-hour period, when gas prices were at their highest, we would have saved over $10 million that single day had the entire CVAL project been built out at that time. So there are a lot of benefits that we're learning about that we didn't have modeled to begin with, and we'll continue to see it grow. So really, that's the end of the presentation. I'd like to leave you with a couple of thoughts as we look at this. Engagement. I can't say enough about engagement. We've had almost 2,500 contacts with schools, with economic development, with community members and stakeholders as we've gone through this. And it really starts with taking the approach of listening and asking a lot of questions. And that's the approach that we've taken since 2020. And we've been very successful with that. And then, of course, with commerce here, with NCTOWERS, the engagement I heard mentioned about working with many of the European nations and their organizations from an economic development and offshore wind perspective is critical as you look towards direct investment, and then your own supply chain investment and getting out and hosting events. We have a big event coming up in February in which our prime contractors and their major subs will be in the Hampton Roads area, and we're hosting a meeting and inviting companies that would like to participate in the offshore wind to come and meet. We'll actually have a video on the web here soon from each company talking about what services they do and what their company is and what needs they have for the project, as well as a list posted so that interested companies can show up and meet with the procurement and project teams from those different vendors, and then also our ongoing efforts with workforce. We've really worked hard to build trust through relationship building, and the perseverance of our team has been fantastic as we've moved through not only the permitting process and technical aspects of the project, but also as we work with meeting these requirements we have for working on supply chain and workforce development. So I'll stop there and ask if there are any questions. Chairwoman?
Great presentation. Thank you for that. A very information-packed, a lot of exciting things with this project. Any questions from anyone for John Carver? Sure.
John, this is Carly Lohan, the Southeast Des Moines Coalition. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's really amazing to see the photographs of those components arriving in Virginia's ports and being fabricated. It's really nice to finally get to see some action on the offshore in front of Virginia. So keep the photos coming. We definitely want to share them. But I wanted to take this opportunity, mostly because we have so many new faces in the room, to say that what the slides that John mentioned, specifically around the fixed cost for offshore wind, and what the statistics and figures that the union has pulled together around the potential fuel cost savings for wind, that is such a key message. And with Southward and Vineyard Wind, all these other activities going on in the Northeast, those are great headlines to elevate and to share with folks when you're talking about wind. But Dominion Energy's eval project is such an amazing example of offshore wind success in a utility market that is very similar to our own, and showing that the cost component is certainly the low cost component is certainly achievable, and also kind of putting a brand, if you will, to the consumer savings. It's sometimes hard to pinpoint those cost savings and things like that until we have specific examples to point to. So again, my kind of call to action to everybody is when you're talking about wind, and you're talking about the challenges or the opportunities or the barriers with wind and economic development, don't forget about CVAL, stay up to date with it. Check out their website, use all the resources that John shared with us. Because it is a really great parallel and kind of opportunity to forecast what North Carolina can achieve on that front. So thank you, John. Those slides were wonderful.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say some kudos and then a couple of questions. Firstly, think this work is often shrouded and sort of considered in the context of social and environmental justice, as it should be. But what I want in the presentation is how you show also economic impact and equitable economic impact, and which I think is destined to create a longer runway of buy-in for what we're trying to achieve. In particular, the stats you showed on supply chain benefits to local Virginia businesses, as well as the workforce and the diversity of both. So my question is, well, twofold question. How were you able to make the reporting process up the, so up your line of contractors and suppliers so easy? And was there a pushback with the companies with whom you contracted to be able to collect and supply that data?
Okay, could someone repeat the question? It was a little hard to understand.
Okay. I'm not sure what you heard. So kudos on the accomplishments that you made so far. In particular, because the equitable and economic impact of those accomplishments, in addition to the social justice and environmental justice related factors. My questions were, was it how seamless were you able to make the reporting process on data related to the race, gender, location of workers, as well as the information about the supply chain relative to local Virginia versus national. How seamless were you able to make it to report that data, and did you get any pushback or resistance in the process in order to be able to collect it?
So let me make sure I understand your question. And it's, how I think what you're asking is how do we go about affecting that? And did we have resistance? Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, sometimes when you have to put systems in place to collect data like that, it's not easy for those who are employing people directly and purchasing supplies and so forth. So it's not necessarily easy for them to collect and supply. How are you able to make it easy and did you get resistance in the process?
Yeah. Okay. So a couple of things here. We began when we started and I met with the prime contractors to share what our requirements were from a statutory and then also in our documents that we have with them. There are requirements to meet, collect the information and provide the information in their obligation to report that out. And what we found when we did this exercise in June, which was really our June of last year, which was our pilot, was that there was some resistance and there was some challenge, and it's not what project teams normally think about. So a lot of, I'll say, gnashing of teeth and working together and phone calls and frankly escalating and speaking to senior leadership at these companies. I think that most of the European component manufacturers are now beginning to understand what our requirements are, and they're participating with us as we're collecting this new round of information. But we've kind of taken the approach of, we're really setting the standard for U.S. Offshore wind projects to the extent that we've been asked to write a white paper on it by a couple of federal secretariats on what we've done to be successful with it. And these requirements exist in almost every state that is doing offshore wind right now. Virginia is a little different because we didn't have a specific, you will do this much of local work. And certainly we didn't think that made sense at the time, given where the domestic supply chain was. So what we did is we built out a system and created a form that's remarkably easy to fill, and each one of the companies and their major subs has direct access to it. And we also provided it, frankly, as just an Excel spreadsheet so that information could be collected. And, you know, to further that engagement, early this year, we had 3 sets of meetings that the different suppliers could attend with us so that we could talk through it and talk about any complications they may have had, whether it's IT and accessing or the data and the granularity that we were looking for. And really just working and educating and inform them that this is what, in essence, must be done. And contractually, you have an obligation, as well as it's what the expectations are coming from many of our regulators and stakeholders. So a lot of challenges with it to get it going. We took that as lessons learned, built tools, and then did that engagement. And I mentioned engagement. It goes across the board, not just with your communities, but with your partners and with the developers of the project. If you were to have some sort of third-party arrangement, a power purchase agreement. Did that answer your questions?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Hey, John, Chris Kelly from North Carolina. Do you mind going back to the slide that shows the timetable for the project? I think that we listed like a 13-year time frame or something.
Sure.
Questions about.
Let me get back to that. The slide?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So a couple of questions. How does this come, since this is really one of the first major projects to get deployed in the next couple of years, how does this compare to what the timetables look like today for companies endeavoring the same thing? And as you look back on the past 11 years, where were there opportunities to maybe compress this even into a shorter time frame, if any at all? Maybe this is like the minimum amount of time it takes. I'm just curious if you could speak to either of those 2 questions. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think there's some opportunities. Obviously, in 2013, as we began this process, and we were really focused, and what drove us to the 2 turbines. So let's talk about that premise. You know, we had begun working on the 2 turbine project around that time frame as well. We looked, and a lot of people said, "Why didn't you move forward with the larger project?" And key issues, really came to light. Nobody had successfully navigated the BOEM permitting process at that time. There were several projects in the Northeast, if you recall, that had tried to get started and just ran into all sorts of challenges with how to work with BOEM and how to advance it. So we shifted to the 2 turbine project and put our focus there. A couple other factors that came into play were obviously nascent supply chain, or really at that time a non-existent supply chain for offshore wind, and the lack of Jones Act vessels and the industry responding to support offshore wind, the maritime industry. So that drove us to the 2 turbine project. And certainly between the permitting, installation, and operations of those 2 turbines, and that has informed us in everything we do now with construction and continue to grow with the operations knowledge as we go forward. So a lot of benefits came out of the focus on the 2 turbines. If I looked at this today, obviously you can see that we announced the full deployment here in 2019. We had been doing work, doing some analysis, but it just didn't really make sense to move forward for us at that time. So realistically, I would say that if you looked at something now, you could probably get this down to an 8-year build window by the time you acquired a lease, did your studies, worked through the BOEM permitting process, got all your commercial activities done for your supply, and then got a project constructed. And certainly, you can say, why does it take you 3 years to do the same thing over 176 times? But given the North Atlantic right whale migration and the fact that you really can't have noise-making activities or anything that disturbs the migration path of the right whale as a highly endangered species, that limits you to construction windows where you're out there making noise and with a large number of vessels to be able to be successful and comply and not cause any harm to the environment. So that complicates it a little bit for a larger project as you think about it. I think you'll see most large projects done over a multi-year period as well. So those are factors that come into the schedule with me saying, you know, probably an 8-year window is probably most realistic. You may be able to shorten that a year or two, depending on the size of your project and those types of things and the availability of craft, Jones Act compliant craft, as well as, frankly, the availability of firms that can get the surveys done and get that information to you for your COP application as well.
Thank you very much, John. Very helpful.
John, have you had difficulty at all attracting some of the small businesses or historically underutilized businesses for interest in these kinds of projects?
So the question was, how are we working with small businesses on these types of projects? Is that correct?
Yes, do you have any challenges with getting interest from those small and historically underutilized businesses? And
yes.
Challenges for them?
Yes. There are a number of challenges that have come with that. So, you know, we get companies, especially smaller firms, that are very interested in offshore wind. And I'll give you an example, coatings. The pilot turbines needed some touch up on their coatings, obviously from installation and operations. You know, you need to do things to maintain and protect the integrity of the wind turbine components that are located offshore. And, you know, we had companies sign up in our database with supply chain, and we've been telling them, sign up, you know, go through all your environmental qualifications and those types of things and get registered in our system and, quote, qualified, if you will. Many companies did that, were able to show environmental safety and their financial strength. So we were very excited when we had this first RFP come out. Not a single company had taken the steps to be able to go and do that work offshore, despite since 2020 and probably almost on a monthly basis having seminars that shared there's some key things you need to be aware of. Maritime law, right? So what's going to be in a maritime contract? Maritime insurance. You cannot go to your nationwide agent and get maritime insurance, right? And then the third one was the GWO training to be able to work offshore. So to that end, last year we held an all-day seminar. We had panels that covered maritime law, maritime insurance, GWO training as well. And these were with companies that offer those types of services to the industry. And then the last one was on funding, whether it be local, state, or federal, and funding sources, as well as commercial banking. So we've really tried to go out and engage, continually remind companies that they must do this. And what we've also done is try to work with our large contractors and get them to help and support smaller businesses going forward. And in our contracts, there are requirements that they look at small and diverse businesses with a target of achieving a minimum of 20% small and diverse business participation in their subcontracting activities. So, you know, we've got some that's a contractual requirement as well as just the working and engagement. I myself have done over 500 engagements, mostly on that supply chain and workforce size, and really meeting with business groups, small or large, working with diverse chambers and diverse business organizations as we go forward and sharing this information and getting out there. So it's a lot of groundwork and a lot of getting out and talking and following up with people and encouraging them to participate.
And so if a person missed an opportunity, Mark County is certainly if a person missed the opportunity to learn about how they could sort of work on this project, they just weren't paying attention because they've done such a great job. But I'll reiterate that working with your local chambers and your economic development and your alliances and your trade associations, and that make a huge difference for North Carolina as you move forward.
Any other questions or comments, John? John, did I hear you correctly in saying that one pound is 404,600 pounds or 220 tons?
That's correct. Some of the monopiles, I think our largest is going to be 17 or 1800 tons. As you go further offshore, you're going to see them over 2000 tons. Just the monopile itself. Give you an idea of the diameter of that, you could stand 2 SUVs and full-size SUVs end to end, bumper to bumper, up inside of those, just to give you an idea of that diameter, around 31 feet, as you look at it. So they're pretty substantive. There's some video on our website, and you can probably also find some recent social media shares that went out if you follow the project and see the videos of the size of those during the event that we had with the governor and our chairman. And of course, they went up in a JLG lift, and it helps calibrate the size along with that video of the people standing there by the ground.
That is a lot of weight for a transatlantic crossing. And one last thing, John, is there any opportunity that this task force might at some point have a chance to tour with this once in place?
So we don't do tours during the winter because of just sea states tend to be rougher and change so much. We'll start tours again in April, and I can certainly share. We'll have to make sure we work through all the clearances that might be needed if you are an elected official or work in a government agency. If you're not and you're interested, just email me, and you can certainly. Chairwoman Welton, you can, obviously this is public and you can post and share that. My contact information's on that last slide, but we'll begin conducting turbine tours. During construction, we'll still hit the 2 pilot turbines and talk about the technology and turbines there. We will begin constructing, and if you think of it, the northwest corner of the wind turbine lease area. Obviously, during construction, there are going to be restrictions on how close you can get to the actual construction zone. First, from a safety issue, from personnel safety and vessel safety, but also we will have a number of scout boats with protected species observers, and we do not want to impede their ability to track marine mammals and other marine species. So we'll be able to get close. One thing I keep trying to remind people is that during construction, this is not like building a house. So you're not going to see framers put a wall together and stand it up in 20 minutes, right? This is like watching paint dry as you go forward. So, you're going to have a transfer from a barge to pick up that monopile, and it'll be in the gripper, and then it'll rotate, and it'll be vibrated in to begin with. And then you'll have pile driving to push it down in as you go further. So while there's a lot of activity going on and a lot of coordination, and of those activities, it's not particularly fast. It'll be similar to that unloading of the monopile, which is 8 hours in itself for each monopile.
And any more questions on our task force? And I know we're running a little bit over into our break time, but you presented such a wealth of information. I would like to extend an opportunity maybe to one or two guests. If there was a question of John before we break. Any guests want to ask John a question? Okay. John, thank you so much. And at this time, we will break for 10 minutes and return at 11:32.
Thank you.
I know that's a whole lot of fun.
Yes, it's not
A public-private partnership developing solutions for beneficial electrification and Siemens Energy. All right, if we would, please take your seats. We are ready to resume our meeting. At this time, we're going to ask the Director of G Carolina to prepare for his presentation. Thank you, Michael. I promise you, we'll have another one. So I welcome Michael Zoll, Finance Director of North Carolina National Science Foundation. Developmental Energy System. And what we're going to be talking about today is the city of almost Queen City. We're here in Queen City. Clean technology, and of course, the EPIC Center, a public-private partnership solution for beneficial electrification. And we also have guests from Siemens Energy. So we're going to kick it off with my presentation because I'm from Carolina. Turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman Wilton, and I would like to inform you that my colleague, Assistant Director, Assistant Director for Power Energy Management, Jim Gacker, is retained on a trying to deal with a major deadline right now. So he's asked me to give a two presentation as well, so you get to hear him twice. Thank you, Chair Wilton. Senator Henderson who was here to open our wonderful task force meeting. Distinguished task force members for inviting me to speak before the task force. Last evening, Commissioner Bill Crawley signaled the importance of this meeting by the new reception. With the filing of the revised integrated research plan by Duke Energy yesterday, that proposed a much sooner date for large-scale offshore wind generation to connect to the grid, powering much of North and South Carolina. We recognize the North Carolina Utility Commission's heavy responsibility for balancing the financial interests of customers for clean energy with the means to provide with the clean energy as required by North Carolina law. My name is Michael Mazzola. The benefit of those in the audience that did not attend the last meeting of the task force, I would like to encourage you all to go to the wonderful Clean Carolinas webpage, cleancarolinas.io. You can see the webpage listed at the bottom of the slide here. A webpage that our social media content creator, Renegade and Karen Keith, lovingly curates, always up to date. And on that webpage, I just scroll down to the splash page and see a video that is an introduction video to Clean Carolinas. And it's very, very entertaining, 4 minutes, and I encourage everyone to take a look at it. I am the Executive Director of the Energy Development and Infrastructure Center, or EPIC, University of North Carolina, Charlotte. But today I'm speaking to you as the Project Director of the National Science Foundation funded developmental innovation engine called Clean Carolinas. I am here to tell you something you already know, which is offshore wind is not just a coastal opportunity. In fact, I was thrilled when Jennifer asked us to help host the meeting here in the city. And Jennifer made it clear we want the message to go out that the Piedmont can participate in the economic benefits of developing our offshore wind potential. I personally applaud the work of this task force in planning the development of the supply chain for offshore wind right here in the Carolinas. This goal is a strategic direction of Clean Carolinas. In fact, Clean Carolinas looks to build on the recommendations of the task force to use innovation and workforce development to realize that economic development potential. There we go. Well, as task force member Chris Chung, Chief Executive Officer of the North Carolina Economic Development Partnership, recently made clear, and I hope that this is his motivation. He would agree that he actually said this, and if he didn't, then I'll suggest that he should have. The economic development landscape is now one in which the private sector believes the need for clean energy is real and here to stay. And I agree with Mr. Chung that the two most dynamic economies in the Union, North and South Carolina, should not be shy about grabbing an unfair share of the jobs that building a clean energy economy will offer. But how? I believe that building a regional innovation engine in the Carolinas will fuel the job growth this economy is forecasted. The National Science Foundation has embarked on a fantastic new national investment to promote the development of new innovation engines across the STEM-based sectors of the U.S. economy. What is a mature regional innovation engine? Think Silicon Valley, California, or the Research Triangle right here in North Carolina. The NSF Engines program is a new approach to economic development. They are putting their resources into encouraging more innovation engines to develop, emerge, grow, and mature, as the 5-phase models at the bottom of that slide shows. The benefit to the nation is to maintain the U.S. economy as the premier engine of economic growth in the world. The regions that receive the investment will invest in underserved communities that are ready to power their own economic future. Not speculative investments, mind you, but smart investments that strengthen our existing regional competitive advantages. Clean Carolinas is one of those investments. A partnership between both North and South Carolina, a Type 1 award was made to the University of North Carolina, Charlotte in May of 2023. We, with the help of partners in both states, are working to develop our clean energy economic engine to the nascent phase, where we may qualify for an even larger investment from the NSF called a Type 2. Just Monday, the National Science Foundation announced the inaugural cohort of Type 2 engine winners. As shown on the left map of this view graph, North Carolina was blessed to receive 2 awards, the only state to do so. And I might congratulate the North Carolina Department of Commerce, which our friends who are also leaders in Clean Carolinas were instrumental in helping pull off that achievement. So what does it mean to be a nascent innovation engine? Well, let me share with you some details about one of those 10 awardees. In my opinion, the Type 2 award awarded to the entire state of Louisiana parallels in many ways what Clean Carolinas is building. The information, which many of you can't read, so you can go to the NSF website and you see it. It's excellent, easy to find. This information on the NSF's website, along with similar information about the other 9 awards, is easily findable, and I encourage you to go and take it and read it, all about it. But I will help you understand the main takeaways from this eye chart. Notice how the state of Louisiana, under their competitive advantage section, honestly reports that they are the most carbon intensive state economy in the United States. And if they do nothing, they decided this themselves. Their state leadership, beginning with the governor's office, has recognized that if they do nothing to evolve to a lower carbon footprint, the economic future of the citizens of Louisiana is at risk. They, as a statewide community, not coming from the outside, they self-examine what drives their economy. And they have pledged through the development of the Louisiana Energy Transition Engine to remake their economy with an innovation-based economic solution. And I'm here to tell you, having personally participating in the selection process for the Title IIs personally, that is why they won. In a couple of years, what does the leadership of Clean Carolinas believe will be written on the NSF's webpage announcing our Title II award? Here is our suggestion. North and South Carolina combined are a vast clean energy resource base, including developed resources such as hydro and nuclear, maturing source resources such as solar, onshore wind, and bioenergy, and yet to be tapped resources, except for 2 wonderful turbines right off of Virginia and North Carolina, such as offshore wind and marine energy. The economies of both states have been growing among the fastest in the country due to an increasing population and direct investments in advanced manufacturing of aircraft, automobiles, and energy storage, facilitated by being top-ranked states for business. However, this story of economic success has challenges. One, new and existing manufacturers and their customers have economic sustainability goals that demand access to clean energy. That is why the carbon plan is good for business in those states. Two, the transition of electric transportation may not maintain the current automotive manufacturing base. And three, under participation in the economic benefits of this growth in too many historically disadvantaged communities. And I'm here to tell you that Charlotte is well aware of the fact of having our own challenges in that regard. The NSF engine has identified critical research and development in digital engineering topic areas that must be advanced to drive clean energy innovations and achieve the net zero carbon emission goals for the electric utilities in the state. Clean Carolinas is studying an innovation district strategy in the Charlotte metropolitan statistical area to support the development of a supply chain for offshore wind throughout the Carolinas. And the Carolinas have more total developmental potential than any other region on the Atlantic seaboard. Clean Carolinas will promote training and education in the eastern third of both states to allow under-resourced communities to compete for jobs in construction, operation, and maintenance that will be plentiful in the coastal region. And incidentally, the Discovery Place Science Center that hosted our reception last evening is more than a Tony of that location. They have a backroom operation funded by the Bank of America that is reaching deep into the secondary education system to ensure a pipeline of digital workforce regardless financial industry. Clean Carolinas is in discussions with the Discovery Life Science to develop a similar program for a digital engineering workforce to will be assured in the Carolinas for our clean energy industry. Clean Carolinas, as I said, is a two-state region consisting of 3 interconnected regions of service. The coastal third of the state, where the next phase of clean energy investments is about to begin, including more solar resources and a second onshore wind farm near Elizabeth City, followed by the development of 4 different offshore wind projects, one of which was confidently predicted just a few minutes ago will be completed by 2028. Clean Carolinas is engaging new partners in industry, economic development partnerships, local and state governments, and academic institutions, including high schools, community colleges, and universities, to ensure that made in the Carolinas will be stamped on much of the equipment that billions of dollars of investment will do. Now let's turn to what my leadership team and the other partners in Clean Carolinas have been doing for the past 9 months. We've been engaging stakeholders. For example, our counties that are absorbing solar developments and soon to be offshore wind, we agree that they should want more than has been their share to date. My leadership team and I met with leaders in Jones County and the town of Maysville, North Carolina last fall. We learned that they know full well, perhaps better than any of us, what clean energy development has meant to their communities. Clean Carolinas will assist with targeted workforce development to help qualify the citizens of these counties to work in the offshore wind industry. Leaders at community colleges such as Taskforce member Harry Harkins at Harvard Community College and Dean Robert Elliott of Trident Technical College in Charleston, South Carolina, are already developing programs to prepare this workforce. As for the vision that a tier supply chain can be built in the Carolinas in time, John Larson, 2028 completion of the coastal Virginia offshore wind. We have a need for speed. But if it can be built in the Carolinas in time to participate in that great build out of offshore wind, well, this could be great for us. For example, to pursue the business of building offshore wind off of New Jersey, New York, and Massachusetts, 2 great companies are already making the necessary investments. Southwire here in Huntersville, which this task force had an opportunity to tour yesterday, has been selected to provide undersea cables. And Nexans in North Charleston is completing a massive new investment to become a world-class supplier of undersea cables for the offshore wind industry. Clean Carolinas will promote the development of a comprehensive tier 2 and 3 supply chain in those states. We welcome the smart power supply chain analysis, and I assure you it will be a dog-eared document in the offices of Clean Carolinas. What will Clean Carolinas do to promote this vision? We are expected and will invest in youth-inspired research, which I have to be very clear, because the NSF is very clear. That does not mean basic science. That means research that can power our economy now and in the near future. And that research will have to be followed up with comprehensive translation of the results of this research into commercial practice. An innovation district in the Charlotte metropolitan area could build upon the nationally recognized workforce in digital engineering underpinning the financial technology industry right here in these buildings. And our partners in innovation clusters across the state will contribute expertise and facilities to accelerate the growth of a clean energy supply chain. The combination will allow Carolina labor to make offshore wind components working for Carolina-based advanced manufacturers. Our offshore wind developers, such as Dominion Energy, Avangrid, Duke Energy, and Total Energies, will connect offshore wind efficiently for far out to sea and minimize community concerns. Our electric utilities in both states will manage vast amounts of new variable renewable energy on our grid, already ranked in the top 5 for utility scale solar generation, using improved grid modeling and simulation tools already under development by the Center for Advanced Power Engineering Research, or CAPER, which is a consortium of universities including Clemson, NC State, and led by UNC Charlotte, that is funded by Duke Energy, Dominion Energy, and soon to be Siemens. Customers will use clean energy smartly to meet the environmental sustainability goals of our communities and our employers. And our nation-leading educational institutions will train and educate our citizens to participate in all levels of educational achievement needed by the maturing Clean Carolina's innovation engine. I'd like to finish by recognizing the governance board, helping my dedicated leadership team with Dr. Sabir Khan and Ms. Marilyn Keith, along with the leadership of the UNC Charlotte Division of Research and the Office of Research Partnerships, and our growing list of partners in both states to pursue this economic development opportunity of the generation. 4 of the 5 members are in the room today. Please discuss with them your point of view about how we want to best pursue the opportunities that Clean Carolina represents to your organization or community. And consider joining us in support of the Clean Carolina's vision. Clean Carolina's is the future of clean energy innovation. Thank you for your time.
Moving back to the question to the back of the room. Yes. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I think when you talk about paper, you said they're looking at a new model. What exactly is that model do?
That's a great question. And it's a perfect example of what I described as user-inspired research. So the way the utilities plan and manage the grid today is based, as you can imagine, on how it was historically developed. And it's historically developed over the last 150 years from building central power plants, building transmission wires, which basically operate at hundreds of thousands of volts. You see, it was for the big towers, okay, and the big wires. That's the transmission system. That goes to substations, which has been introduced in North Carolina recently because of some attacks. And they're a wonderful electrical engineering innovation that some say Nikola Tesla himself was helpful or at least responsible for, is a transformer. The transformer changes the voltage from hundreds of thousands of volts to tens of thousands of volts. And it's distributed to homes and businesses in what's called the distribution system, which is the smaller volts. And then a spiral transformer reduces the voltage once again to a safe voltage that you can use in your home. So that's how it works: simple power, transmission, distribution. But it doesn't work that way anymore. When you have the in the top 5 in the country solar resources on a day like today, pumping energy into the grid, the energy is flowing in all sorts of different directions. And much of that solar is connected to the distribution system, which was not what was intended to be the case. So what the utilities are now discovering is that as they plan the integrated resource plan that for example, was filed yesterday. They're now doing what's called integrated systems operations planning, where they're trying to say, how will the transmission and distribution system be built out to accommodate that resource plan? And what they're discovering is that the industries that supply them with the software to do that have become very focused. There are programs that are just for the transmission system and programs just for the distribution system. But our utility partners who do energy, Dominion Energy, working with Siemens, which is one of the major suppliers of that software, are recognizing we're going to have to do it together. We can't separate it. We can't stovepipe that simulation modeling. And when they try to make them work together, they realize, oops, it doesn't work. And so the Cambridge University and our bright faculty and students are assisting our utilities and their supplier figure out how to do it better in the future.
That's very interesting. So the real question we had, I understood what they're doing, is that when if they're assisting, will it be publicly, will that modeling be publicly available if I want to go play with it, or is it proprietary, or is it being paid for by the utility, or what's that?
Well, the fact is that the whole software industry is kind of bifurcated into two components. One would be what I call open software, and then proprietary software. Siemens, as you can imagine, is in the business of supplying proprietary software as well as their competitors. And the reason is that this software is incredibly complex. And so it's not really amenable for the general public, for example, to do their own modeling and simulation studies for companies, say, intermediate. Okay, there are tools to do that, and I would be happy to talk to you afterwards about how to do that. But these are tools that are really intended for power systems engineering specialists. And frankly, it's our students that know how to work it. This whole time here.
Any additional questions for Dr. Mazzola? Before we move on to James Gafford, any more questions for Dr. Mazzola? All right, thank you, Dr. Mazzola.
Madam Chairwoman, with your forbearance, Jim Gafford, I don't believe was able to make it here. And so, as his boss, he asked me to get to
Okay, well,
So, Jim Gafford is the Ethics Assistant Director of Research for Power and Energy Management, and he and the Ethics Assistant Director for or Chief Research Officer, Dr. Mandekar, are both embroiled right now in a major proposal to the DOE that is directly applicable to the future fortunes of developing offshore wind through the nascent technology of high voltage DC. So he sends his apologies. He is under strict deadline and he can't be here. So he asked me to tell you that energy consumption is in this country as well as in the global economy is a well understood thing. And that the industrial sector of the U.S. economy accounts for about 1/3 of all U.S. energy consumption. And much of that, in fact, over 50% of all manufacturing energy is used by two subsectors, chemical processing and food and beverage. The industrial sector of the U.S. economy is responsible for 30% of all CO2 emissions. The magnitude of process heat energy use and its carbon footprint makes process heat a must-have part of our decarbonization strategy. And so there's also an incredible opportunity to develop new products and get them to market for low carbon solutions to process heat. In fact, the real point to this presentation with our partners at Siemens Energy is to tell you that if we bring the clean energy supply chain or parts of it, that will create additional jobs. But in addition to that, beneficial electrification will bring even more. So it's a force multiplier. And so this presentation is to tell you a little bit about a public-private partnership between EPIC and Siemens Energy to develop those products that beneficial electrification needs. What would be the impact on the Carolinas? The Carolinas, through many agricultural processes and pulp and paper production, for example, is a major consumer and therefore CO2 emitter of processed heat, almost exclusively provided by burning natural gas. So Jim wanted to beam at his boss and his boss's boss, Vice Chancellor for Research, John Daniels over here, what the public-private partnership means in R&D from the bottom up. He says successful applied research and development partnerships between industry and academia have defining features. Being respectful, especially on the public side, i.e. the university, with this university, that's the partner, with the need for a return on investment from the private partner. And so it is our pleasure to work closely with our friends at Siemens Energy. Dr. Shah Siddiqui, for example, is assigned to us, if you will, and another talented program manager by the name of Warren. We get to know what their market strategy is and what will work for them in terms of ROI and what will not. And then we align our research to be supportive of that. We have to have well-defined deliverables, time is money, a well-defined division of labor that makes best use of our private clients' expertise and then being honest about what they're not good at and seeking it back from us. And then we're very quick, I can tell you, on pivoting to be just in time with that technical expertise. And of course, establish relationships. As my guy Jim likes to say, research is done by individuals. Institutions, especially universities, like to claim credit and absolutely reputation of universities is often based on the success of their faculty, students, and research engineers. But it's those people that are in fact the ones that are doing it, and their relationships with our industry partners on the other side is actually what makes these public-private partnerships work. And one of those public-private partnerships is a new project that is which EPIC, Siemens Energy as the lead applicant, and University of Central Florida were recently selected for in a nationwide competition to decarbonize process steam through beneficial electrification. And this team has put together an incredibly innovative approach based on so-called inductive heating, which some of you may be starting to become familiar with because there are things like induction heating stoves that are coming to the market so that the general consumer can start to be exposed to this very exciting technology. But we're talking about scaling it to way more than a kitchen stove. 1 gigawatt has 1,000 megawatts. That's the total scale of processed heat. So anyone tells you that the electrifying processed heat is going to be easy, they need to come talk to me. That scale is, and that's for a single application here in North Carolina. In fact, this project has identified a high location to test it at a plant in North Carolina that we can't actually disclose right now. The idea will be to do R&D, to close any gaps, design and test, install, demonstrate, as I said, with an industry partner that is, that uses massive amounts of process heat. Now I'd like to switch to my final topic, which is directly relevant to the business of this task force, and that is beneficial electrification assumes access to clean energy. Otherwise, it's just electrification. It's not beneficial. And so that's why we believe that the work of this task force and the work of the Carolinas to develop, well, first satisfy the law, to develop all the benefits that comes from the transition to clean energy will allow and open these other markets and these other ways to complete the job. So again, more job creation and more role-related problems. So one area that we need to work together, especially my friends at Siemens Energy, is high voltage DC transmission, because frankly, this is how we're going to land the vast majority of offshore wind in the future. One of the issues that is driving the Carolina long range development is, should it be HVAC or should it be HVDC? And I'm not going to get into other people's business, but what I can tell you is that in the end, most offshore wind that is developed will be transmitted to shore over long distances, longer than 25 miles, and it can only be feasibly done. It's not an option. It can only be feasibly done through high voltage DC transmission, and we need new innovations in this area. But the Carolinas are a place that is already world leading in some of the core underlying technology, and that is wide bandgap semiconductors. And I can tell you, I am a recovering entrepreneur in wide bandgap semiconductors, having co-founded a company that developed high voltage silicon carbide power devices. Wonderful 13 years of effort. Still one of my passions. And it just shows you how the long haul is. Even 20 plus years later, I see the advancement of that technology for the applications that me and my co-founders first felt was going to get rich. And it's still evolving. That's how long it takes for innovative technology to get to market. But this particular proposal, which has been encouraged by the Department of Energy, would absolutely leverage a Greensboro, North Carolina located provider of silicon carbide power devices. And with the expertise that we have at our universities here and University of North Carolina, Charlotte, we are building an affordable, reliable next generation set of power semiconductors for high voltage DC transmission, and in particular for the offshore wind industry. So I won't go into the details, but we take semiconductors and then you make power modules, and then you embed them in voltage source converters, and eventually with fancy software control, you transfer power at the source, put it into high voltage undersea cables that are pumped out on the shore, incredibly efficient. And I think I'm at the end here, so I'm going to ask for any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Mazzola? Thank you, Dr. Mazzola, for both presentations. We're going to welcome Thomas Falkenberg, Business Development Manager at Siemens Energy. Welcome, Thomas. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'll promise to make it quick, given that we're a bit past the schedule. Again, my name is Thomas Falkenberg. I'm Siemens Energy, and I'm going to start with telling you a little bit about who we are. So Siemens Energy started in 2020, believe it or not, as a spin-off. So we're actually an independent company. We're originally from Siemens, obviously, but we're now an independent company since 2020. We have over 90,000 employees worldwide, 11,000 here in the United States, with over 84 office locations, 26 manufacturing facilities, and one of them is here, the generating facility outside of Charlotte. I myself, I work out of our Raleigh, North Carolina office, where we're also making continued investment into the grid solutions business. For example, our HVAC test lab, where we are setting up control and protection lab, where we're going to configure the home protection system, which will enable future HVAC projects. Now, we as Siemens Energy are organized in several business areas. There would be gas services, which manufactures gas and steam turbine and generators. We have Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy, which is a leader in wind turbine technology. We heard a little bit about our turbines earlier today. Then we have Grid Technologies, which is responsible for power transmission solutions and products, as well as transformation of the industry, which is involved with enabling the decarbonization of industrial processes and electrification of industrial processes. I'm going to continue with the challenges that we see in our energy world. These are often characterized as the 4 Ds. So this would be the demand growth of electrical energy. We see increased ask for decarbonization of energy generation as well as transmission. The decentralization of energy production. We've obviously learned earlier today that a lot of the future power supply is going to come from inverter-based resources, and a lot of these generation facilities will be offshore. They will be in remote areas. We need to figure out how to bring power to the load centers. And then lastly, last but not least, the digitalization, to adopt digital solutions in our grid, for example, for asset management, to enhance performance. So we at Siemens Energy, particularly Grid Technologies, were involved at the full value chain of the electric transmission system. So we work with transmission system operators on the planning standpoint, electric utilities or independent power producers, and then also oil and gas companies and industrial infrastructure. So that means we supply products for generation, over transmission, distribution to the end user, maybe a personal consumers or industry. Within grid technology specifically, we have a leading portfolio that includes digital grid solutions. That's where I am based out of, products, storage, and services. Within grid solutions, and I'm going to focus a little bit in more detail about what we are doing to support the energy transition. We provide solutions for high voltage, high current transmission systems, so-called HVDC, for both offshore, flexible AC transmission systems, substation services, design and build for turnkey substations for both on and offshore, as well as medium voltage current solutions. So products, this would encompass power transformers, working instrument, transformers, coil. These are all components that go into our grid solutions. Storage, on the storage front, we maybe headway in developing our own turnkey battery energy storage solutions for utility scale battery. Now, if we look at the specific challenges that our energy system faces these days, brings me kind of back to the beginning where I alluded to the fact that we have a growing energy demand with the ask for decarbonization, but at the same time, we need to ensure security of supply, right? One additional factor that comes into play, and this is what's also called often as the trifecta of the energy system, is affordability. We want to make sure that energy is going to be a right for everyone that's affordable. So I would say if we look at the energy landscape historically, we see that power would often be generated in large power plants close to load centers and then transported to the consumer. Now we see a much more complex energy landscape. We see this decentralized energy production, maybe offshore, maybe onshore wind generation, or solar, for example, that's often not only connected on a utility scale, but also on a distribution network. So we need to work on these challenges holistically to solve, I would say, a grid of the future. And in the following few slides, we will also learn, I would say that, this was mentioned before, that a lot of the generation that is put on the grid these days is inverter-based, are inverter-based resources, meaning these are not what has to historically use rotating machines, for example. They come with inertia and also high short circuit power for the grid. So this poses challenges, for example, in terms of transient stability. So in other words, the ability to withstand disturbances in the network. And we provide specific solutions to tackle these challenges. On a grid civilization side, so this is exactly how we are trying to overcome these challenges of our new energy system. We provide products in our so-called FACTS portfolio. This would be, its acronym stands for Flexible AC Conservation Systems, where we provide several products to support the system, make it more efficient, and ensure reliability of the grid. This would be the static synchronous compensators, also the static the SVC plus FS, which in very brief provides reactive power to the grid. So it's a form of compensation. And the SVC plus FS, in addition to reactive power, can also provide active power. So it is actually helping to overcome things like faults on power lines, for example, when you have storms or power lines creating a short to the ground. And the SVC plus would be a solution for industrial applications. FSC, or fixed series capacitors, these are, in simple terms, large power capacitors that also provide reactive power to the grid and actually make transmission over long power lines more efficient and support the efficient power transfer. Synchronous condensers, the syncons, are large rotating machines. It's essentially, you could imagine a large power generator that simply is connected to the grid and spins. So these devices often have a flywheel, which then provides initial inertia to the grid. So let's assume you have some disturbances or faults. These systems help then to provide that additional inertia or short circuit power to prevent the collapse of the power grid. And these technologies, in a way, support that transition that we're seeing to inverter-based, support and enable the transition to inverter-based generation. Lastly, on the HVDC and grid access side, we also offer various solutions. One, the high voltage direct current solutions where we enable efficient, low loss power transfer over long distances, for example. We see additional applications that we see our network evolve in a way that power just doesn't flow from A to B, but it may go in a more mesh-like arrangement. And this technology, for example, helps us to direct power flow where we actually need it, and not have it circulate in areas where it loses lots and makes the whole energy transmission less efficient. On the grid access side, we offer solutions both AC and DC, meaning alternating current solutions that are directly connected to the AC power system, as well as DC solutions that enable us to transmit power from these offshore wind parks, for example, to the shore, connect them to the power grid, and feed power, renewable power into the electric system. And then lastly, we also have solutions for offshore electrification, which is essentially power from shore. So we can provide electrical power to low carbon green energy power to offshore industrial sites to supply power there, rather than have it locally produced with high carbon emissions. And with that, I would like to just summarize that the energy transition is certainly happening. And we also recognize that there are certain challenges that the energy transition is posing to our power grid. And I think we here at Siemens Energy and Siemens Energy Grid Solutions, we're trying not only to manage the connection of new energy resources, but we're also trying to provide additional grid resilience and manage this increased complexity that the new world is bringing. And yet with this, I think we can say that in our new world, the grid stability is really the center stage. And wanted to thank everyone for the attention, and back to Chairwoman Walton. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Sharing that. Any questions for Thomas people? Yes.
Yeah, excuse me, Dave, excuse me. It's the first time I've seen a presentation here on the grid side, which is so important. I just want to emphasize that maybe I'm wrong, but the supply chain, job, workforce development, all that on the grid side is much greater than the offshore wind, because it's universal. And so I just don't know how we as a task force and so forth can upgrade what we've heard here in the last hour, because to me, it's just it's the main problem we're facing is how do we get this power to the consumer? And it's not just in North Carolina, it's everywhere. And so I just hope we can have more focus on this as part of our supply chain. Offshore wind, it's not just building a turbine on the ocean, but we've got a huge problem here. And I'm just glad to see Epic and others here are taking a role in that. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. Absolutely. We are working with our partners at all of the universities and community colleges for the whole spectrum of the sector. So we will put that on the radar for sure. Well, I'm sure it's already on the radar.
It's on the radar.
Emphasize that for our future efforts as well.
I can only second this, and I appreciate the comment. It is indeed true. I mean, we've seen a massive explosion in the demand for, especially for HVAC solutions. And this also has a lot to do with the European demand, right? So we've seen that in the United States, we, for example, didn't have any HVAC projects for over a decade. And now there are several projects that are getting closer and closer to actually realization. And this has been a real explosion in demand, and not just for us at Siemens Energy, but also for all other OEMs. And we've noticed that it's not only from a supply standpoint to actually produce the products, the transformers, the IGBT converters, it's actually also the engineers. So I really can only emphasize that it's a fast growing business, and we definitely need a lot of people in the future to come.
I'm pretty sure that in this area, our friends at NCTOWERS are addressing, as well as Cleveland, and even current community towers, they are all focused on these aspects of the industry. So we look forward to working with them in our workforce subcommittee on bringing more to front of that. Thank you, Dave. Any more questions or comments before we break for lunch? All right, with that, we will reconvene. One fifteen.
Where do you work out of? Here? Yeah, I know, I'm sure, but you got other.
Oh, yes.
Offices all over the.
Yes, I'm in the Chapel Hill office.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Sounds like you work with SCLC at least in some.
Well, I'm retired, but, I used to be an economic fellow.
Okay.
Well, I was Cleveland. That's where I did most of it. Somebody stole the podium.
There.
It is 1:15, and we are for our final session for this afternoon. I'd like to welcome our panelists for the discussion of North Carolina companies in the U.S. offshore wind supply chain.
No, fine.
This will be moderated by Susan McKee, Executive Director of Economic Development for the North Carolina Department of Commerce. Our guests this afternoon, joining Susan, Ed President of Spencer, Joe Zucker, Director of High Voltage Cable Solutions at South Carolina, and Murray Fisher, Chief Administrator for Gulf Wind Technology. And if I'm not mistaken, something, Susan, you'll correct me.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. For welcome. We're looking forward to a great conversation with some North Carolina companies that are part of offshore wind supply chain. We talked so much about things at the beginning, but now there are more companies involved, and here are some companies that are doing that. So I think they can offer us some great information and advice. I'm going to start by just doing a quick intro of each of our panelists. And then they're going to do just a very brief kind of technical overview of their respective company. And then we'll get to some questions about their opportunities and their challenges in the supply chain. So Ed Connor, as I mentioned, is the president of SpanSet. He's been there since 2019. Prior to that, he worked for 27 years for Lord Corporation, which is now Parker Hampton, including several roles as the in-country managing director of overseas operations in Malaysia, Germany, and China. He has an MBA from Yale University and a Bachelor of Science in Economics from Allegheny College. We're also joined by Murray Fisher. He's the Chief Rotor Engineer of Gulf Wind Technology, where he really helps to shape the next generation of offshore wind blades. Throughout his career, he has held a variety of technical leadership roles at companies such as Renewable Energy, LNW Power, and DNV. He is a mechanical engineer by training, and he obtained a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Florida, a Master's from Georgia Tech, and his PhD in Civil Engineering from Clemson. And I'm also joined by Joe Snow with Southwire Safety. He serves as the Director of High Voltage Solutions for Southwire Company. He's been associated with the company's high voltage business as a director, as an engineering manager, and as a senior design engineer. And he also worked with ABB prior to Southwire's purchase of the Huntersville facility that we visited yesterday. And prior to that, he worked for Power and Light as a senior engineer in a high voltage cable systems engineer. And he's a graduate of Purdue University. With a degree in electrical engineering. And of course, a special thanks to Joe and his colleague Jean Blue, who is also here for their hospitality and hospitality of the entire Southwire team. For our crew yesterday, it was so great to learn more about the cable firsthand, and I look forward to you sharing some interesting things with the group today. So now, with these introductions, I'm going to ask again each one to give a quick overview and of their company, and I think we're going to start with Joe.
Good afternoon. Thank you everyone for your time. So, Gulf Wind Technology is 3 years old. We got started 3 years ago, based out of Dale Shipyard, which is just across the Mississippi River from New Orleans. And we have a legacy of working in the wind turbine blade industry. Our principal company have been doing wind turbine motors for various OEMs for the better part of multiple decades. And we really have found this niche space for us. really operating between owners and developers and operators of wind turbines and helping them understand technical risks, problem statements. Ultimately, the long-term mission of the company is to be a tier one supplier. We like to use the energy vision by 2030 is to be the AMG. What AMG is to Mercedes-Benz, we'd like to be that for the turbine suppliers themselves. So, next slide. I wanted to tell just maybe an introduction to our company by a real life story. And so when I was a young engineer, first assignment was to go down to a manufacturing facility in Brisbane that was manufacturing blades. And the challenge I was given was to try and understand how manufacturing defects that are being produced in the blades today affect the performance of the blades themselves and really the yield of the project. And so I went down, we were looking at good times, dating myself now almost 20 years ago. We were looking at blades that were 37 meters in length. And these are so big assets that we were going at the time in the industry on board. I could touch from reach across the entire blade division. And standing next to those blades in the picture laid out yard things were the 50-meter offshore blades that were being installed at the time. And I remember remarking to my colleagues, my gosh, these things are so big, how would we ever want to need bigger blades than these? And I think about the offshore industry today, we're dealing with things that are multiple times that dimension. And so when we think about blades, we're so small, particularly offshore, we think about that scale and the growth that's happening and the scale of that rapid transition that's occurred. Everything you see on the slide there, that's all facility. These are onshore blades. Those 50-meter blades for context that were offshore blades going to a project in Ireland. We onshore were selling blades 50 meters in length a decade ago. So you can see how quickly that scale has evolved. If we flip to the next slide, then so when we think about what blades are manufactured, and one of the things that is really part of what technology is all about is the technology that was used to make those 30-meter blades and those 50-meter offshore blades are the same technology that we're using today to produce the blades. What we've done as an industry is we've figured out how to grow that scale. We're still using the same technology and technique set. And if you've been to a blade production facility, one of the things you'll note is there's a lot of manual labor that's involved. And as an engineer, the thing the analogy I like to use is process, the manufacturing process that introduces X defects per meter or per square meter, however you want to analyze it. And you extend the length and you don't change the process. You can do the math and you can figure out how many defects you have as you grow the length of the blade. So what both Wind wants to do is we really want to get involved. There's technology and techniques that we're investing in that help change that paradigm, help us change the manufacturing process. And that's really the vision of both technology is to realize that step change in the industry. And with that, I'll see you back at time.
Great.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joe Rizzuto. Software was founded in 1950. We are one of the largest privately held companies in the US. The family members still own the company to this day. We're on the third generation now. In 2022, we did $9 billion in revenue. We have over 9,000 team members, as you can see on the screen, 34 plants in multiple different states. We are headquartered in Carrollton, Georgia. Our motto is we are the people behind the power. We don't make the power, but we will help you get it where it needs to go. We make anything from the harnesses in your cars to the wires in your house to, as the group said yesterday, the large power cables that utilities use to power across cities, across states, and wherever it needs to go. So we have a pretty good breadth of different products that we make, and obviously in this case, applicable technologies that have power cables that bring the wind power to shore.
Great. And Ed?
That's me. I'm president of Spanset Incorporated. Spanset is a global company headquartered in Switzerland. We're about $100 million worldwide, about 1,000 employees across multiple countries. We manufacture not only in the US, but in Germany, the UK, Switzerland, Finland, Japan, and other places. Here in the US, we are headquartered in Sanford, North Carolina. We've been there since the 1980s. Spanset is a specialty textiles company. We provide synthetic solutions for lifting, cargo control and quality control. So on the wind side, we are involved in the construction and erecting wind towers, both onshore and offshore. Through our sister company called Axion, we have been involved in the wind industry since its inception. The offshore side, we manufacture and provide what is called an upending tool. So with Dominion was showing you those monopiles on those barges coming in, we produce a gripper tool that when it goes out to sea on the jackup ships, you have to upright them and carry them over to the hammerjack to drive them down into the ocean floor. So it is the Axion upending tool, the gripper that is used to install that, to install the monopile. Here in North Carolina, we manufacture this narrow webbing needle looms, as well as proprietary assembly equipment to manufacture round slings as well as flat slings. Round slings are used below the hook to lift any small things, whatever we want to lift. It's a replacement for chain or whatever. It's been used in the industry since the 1960s. Unique to Expansive is we are the first company here in the US to use a domestic supply chain, also here in North Carolina, to produce a bio-based high-performance round. The critical point of the bio-based is that using this material from a company called Avient in Greenville, North Carolina, we reduced our carbon footprint 60% with this material. So that's just a little bit about things that I did provide people some catalogs. This is our wind catalog as well as some QR codes if you wanted to download these.
Great. That's very interesting. Thanks for that. We'll talk about some more about kind of the specific role that each of you played in the offshore wind supply chain. And Joe, I think most folks know, because we've said it 5 times during this past couple of days, Sapphire is the supplier of the underground cable for the Vineyard Winds development. So that's that's well established now. But you talked yesterday, you guys talked yesterday a little bit more of details about this work. Can you share with us some of the facts and figures associated with that particular contract that you have?
Yeah, so Sapphire was awarded the contract to provide the land cable. So typically for offshore wind farms, there is a landfall and there's a splicing fault and you transition from sea cable to land cable. Sapphire provided the land cable, I believe it was 10 circuit miles, so well over 30 miles of cable. I forget the exact number of balls, but our team provided the cable to splice and then terminating and connected to the onshore substation.
And who was that contract with? Is it with the developer or is it a sub of another?
The contract was with the operator.
Okay, so directly with them. So that would make you guys a tier 1 supplier.
One to one.
Yeah. Is there anything you can share with us about how you got that business or how you guys think you stood out as a leader for that?
So I take a little bit of personal pride in that one. I had a friend working at a consulting firm. I want to say this was 2017, back when I was still an engineer, and he came to me and said, "Hey, you can design this, so you're working for Iron Grid." So that's when we first heard about it, and then eventually I came up with it, and we had worked with them to develop the spec, and then we still haven't done the job, competing with the other manufacturers, but we figured out to do so. And then got a few delays, and eventually, I think most of you are aware it was energized. I believe the first 8 turbines was either late December or early January, and the next that's coming in soon.
So a lot of kind of personal relationships and then technical expertise.
Yeah, so I started it and then handed it off to my current engineering manager when she was still in, and here we are today. So
Yeah.
it's been a good thing.
And the other thing I think I learned yesterday was that it's not offshore wind related, but it's renewable energy related. It's the project that you're doing with the Champlain Hudson Power project. Can you share a little bit about that project?
Yeah, so Sapphire is a big component of clean energy. Our opinion is that it's going to take a lot of different kind of energies to provide all the power that the world needs today. But we believe that eventually we need to take it, right? And so, the other big project we have that's focused on renewables is the Champlain Hudson Power Express. So it is a multi-hundred-mile line originating in Quebec with clean hydropower, bringing it down to the heart of New York City. As the name implies, comes to the Champlain Lake, or Lake Champlain, and then into the Hudson River, and there are also land pieces. Southwire is providing the land cable once again for that. It is 400 kV DC, and it's in construction now.
We were, learning, it was like, is this right, about 240 miles of terrestrial cable that you'll be providing for that?
Correct, and that's our piece. We have a partner that's providing the sea cable, so I forget the total number, but it's over 300 something.
And then we saw it being manufactured yesterday, and it's, about that big around, and it's going on to giant spools that are like 180,000 pounds or something like that.
They're roughly 15 feet in diameter, and the total weight ranges between 70 to 90,000 pounds.
And that process starts all the way from taking copper rods that you draw into wire and then combine that with others, and then it goes through your extruding tower. Can you talk a little bit about the?
Absolutely. So the design of the cables actually broke apart for formed wire. When the wire is drawn, it's randomly drawn down to the size. In this case, it's a trapezoidal wire, so it looks like a trapezoid. It fits together like a puzzle. Then we extrude the insulation over that. There is in this case, it's an aluminum laminate, which is basically a thin aluminum tape, not tape here, but just a thin piece of metal. It has a plastic coating on it that seals and moves itself to the cable. It overlaps with the that's glued as well, and that prevents water from getting in the cable. So the cables are going to get wet, but we call it a dry design because we're going to keep the water out of the actual core of the cable. And then we not a jacket over that, which is just basically the mechanical protection.
It's a really interesting process to get to see yesterday. So Murray, you're kind of on the new side compared to these folks in terms of your operation in North Carolina. Can you talk about the operation that you have here and about any offshore wind projects that you're working on currently?
Sure. So a little bit about the company, as I said, we headquarters in New Orleans, but we have an engineering team that we're building out here in North Carolina, not too far away, just up the road here in North Carolina. So what we're doing, particularly on wind, is we have a project to look at what are the steps that are necessary to move the market forward in development. So we're working with a number of partners to try and answer that question, particularly around workforce development is one aspect of that, but also the other pieces we're looking at specifically as a technology company, is trying to understand what does the turbine rotor need to look like in order to survive a hurricane, particularly in the Gulf Coast region. So that's a relevant question for all the offshore projects that we think about there, whether it's state waters, federal waters. So we're currently evaluating various technologies for these. We're able to design this manufactured, the blades are designed from an aerodynamics structure perspective, and how we come up with a rotor that reduces the risk when hurricane does eventually pass the project, or how do we then take that information and learning also to help reduce CapEx investment to particularly around the towers and the rest of the turbine units. If we can change the loading profile during that hurricane event, what other knock-on effects can we have within the rest of the project that helps improve yield or the CapEx investment or the OpEx at the long term of the project? So we're currently looking at that. That's again very much an engineering desktop study. Those projects aren't in the water yet, but the goal is to continue that development all the way through to 2030 and beyond, so that we'll be producing those servers.
And so you've got the engineering service, or you and a colleague are your company's establishment in North Carolina, right?
Right, at the moment, and we're currently hiring. So if you've got a good engineer, please.
So have you talked about both kind of personal protective equipment and also hoist equipment? Are both of those in the offshore wind sector, or kind of where are you seeing most of your products being utilized?
So in the wind industry, we are mostly in onshore. Although we have just started in the US, we started looking at the new London facility in Connecticut. and to supply them some housing things for the project with Siemens. Northshore. And the reason we got involved in that was a lot of equipment things had been shipped over from Europe. The slings and things that they had, were a lot of customers. They had some kind of documentation issue. And so we got involved to supply them with those things.
He doesn't understand. Maybe we could also sort of talk about how y'all got into this sector and how long you've been working to do that and kind of what was your breakthrough opportunity?
Well, yeah, we've been since 2019, so I don't know what prompted them to get into the wind industry, back when the Axion and Spencer founded. Obviously, they saw a lot of opportunity and aligned with the capabilities and skills we have to service that industry, and I think there was a very need for someone to be able to come in and provide the customers tools and things they need to lift the towers, to lift the installs, to lift blades, and they've kept going. Here in the US, we got involved in it because the industry recognizes, particularly for offshore, that the supply chain and the capabilities that are offshore now, and we need onshore capability. And so we continue to work with our colleagues in Europe to bring that know-how over and be able to supply it here.
Are the products, the slings that you develop customized for each different user, or do you kind of have a standard sizes that fit?
So everything is dictated by the lift plan, and the OEM and every construction company has a different lift plan. So you will have different capacity slings, different length slings, and then of course you get into custom loading solutions because of the design of the towers and the blades, and they're all custom.
Yeah.
I know there is a trend within the industry, and they're trying to sell that to come up with some universal tools that can be used. For instance, single plate installation tools have to be able to support from the center of gravity of the blade, the contours of the blades. You come up with a unique profile to lift those blades based on its varying contours without having to introduce a lot of customization. It's difficult to do, but we think we can come up with some.
Yeah, and that kind of leads to, I guess, what are some of the challenges of being in this market? So standardization versus customization could be one of those. Do you have another one that you'd like to share? Joe, you mentioned maybe some delays in the vineyard wind projects. What other challenges do you think of in terms of being part of this industry?
So as a manufacturer, supply chain is the problem. I think I just mentioned it. You need to onshore a lot of the raw materials, or at least nearshore them. So during COVID, that anything we want to get from China or overseas, we weren't going to get, or we weren't going to get as much as you asked for. We had a supplier that said, "Hey, we get the force, we're canceling PO. See you later." And so we have a lot of energy around trying to finally sort of locally. It's not always possible in the global world these days, but that is one of the major challenges. And I believe Murray mentioned as well, engineering talent is not necessarily the raw material per se, but a lot of the know-how for offshore wind is in Asia. So we need people as well as materials.
Yeah. Or anything to add to that in terms of challenges that you see?
No, I think definitely just echo Joe's comment about talent. As a young company, that's one of the things that's critical as we continue to grow. And then, other challenges that we're looking at specifically as we start to bring on various production lines and invest in technology. It's just that's the capital stays. Very basic one.
Yeah. Joe, we learned yesterday that you guys are ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 45001. I'm curious about whether those are certifications that you think are necessary to be successful in the offshore wind sector, or certifications that you would have pursued anyway, just as good business practice. And if you're finding that certifications are important to getting that business.
Yes, both of that. So it is something we would pursue anyway, and we find it is important. On top of the ISO certification that our customers can require, they're all the same, there's ICEA, AEIC, IEC standards, or the cable standards. And then there's C grade, a couple others, I won't bore you with a bunch of acronyms, but basically there are a lot of standards. The customers know what they want, but they follow the standards. Some of the more sophisticated customers say the standard is starting, I also want to see. Yeah.
And are these international standards, US standards, European standards? Is it a mix of?
It's a mix of all of them.
Yeah.
So, our traditional US based customers tend to follow North American standards. Offshore wind has to be a lot of stuff from over Europe, so national standards. Again, it's whatever the customer asks for.
Yeah. Yeah. And how about you guys? Do you guys have any certifications like that, or what's
So specific to the offshore, we also need to follow GWO, and
which is what is DWO?
It's a global labor organization, so there's a lot of fall protection equipment and things you need GWO training.
Yeah.
Their equipment needs to be GWO certified. Through that process. Yeah. This being said, obviously we have all the regular certifications, the American Society of Mechanical Engineering, ASME 30.9. For Europe, for involved in Europe, it's the EN 1492. There's also an organization called WSTA, which is the Wire Swing and Tie Down Association that governs a lot of the policies and things around the synthetic straps. But for offshore, you also need to look at the GVN and ML certification. One of the even in the oil industry, anything offshore looks towards that to have that kind of certification here.
I'm just going to add one other standard that's relevant for anybody in the industry, honestly, whether you're a manufacturer or if you're a developer or an operator. It's a standard it's called APQP for wind. It's a quality processing standard that guards a lot of the model after the automotive industry, where you have multiple tiers of suppliers that are providing various components to the final turbine assembly in this case. And what it does is it's an international standard. All the OEMs are part of that standard. A lot of the developers are part of that standard as well. What's relevant and important about it is it helps to, in the design process and the manufacturing process, elevate the risks that the design teams or the manufacturing teams see are relevant. And then they're supposed to have control plans and processes that are in place that essentially are auditable by somebody that is buying that product. And so that's used by the OEMs to manage their supply base, but it can also be used by developers and others that are buying turbine components or operating in that industry as a way to understand the quality and the rigor that's been put into the process that I'm buying. So it's I'm not paid sponsor, but just want to it's a really good and important standard that is starting to build a lot of traction in the industry with national leaders.
Talk a little bit more about workforce, talk a little bit about engineering talent, being important. When we were in the facility yesterday, we didn't see tons of people on the floor, but they were in control rooms, managing, large sections of the process. Can you talk a little bit about skill sets of the people that are employed at your facility?
Yeah, definitely. So you didn't see a lot of people. A lot of the processes are very automated. We are a 24/7 facility. The operators are trained extensively. I think it's 4 to 6 weeks before we allow them to touch anything when they start. We keep them very special orange vests for 6 months. They're able to see the new people, which allows our more experienced folks to make sure that they'll start. Obviously, you saw our cables are very heavy. The equipment we use is very heavy. The potential for injury is significant. So we need people who are on point. We're proud to say that about 30% of our workforce is ex-military. I think that skill set generally lends itself very well and be very disciplined and probably get structured very well. So.
And when you're located right across from the North Campus of Central Piedmont Community College, and I understand you guys have groups from there and from is it Lake Norman Charter or Lake Norman Academy High School. come into the facility, we've talked a little bit about those,
Yeah, the Hellfire, overall, not just here in Huntersville, is very involved in the communities that we live and work in. Our basically privately owned family considered that important. They founded the company in Carrollton, Georgia. That was their home. It wasn't just the place where they started the company. So here in Huntersville, we have with UNC Charlotte, Clemson, and South Carolina, but we consider all the North Carolinas. And then in Carrollton, there's a big program called 12 Provider, where we take or we find students who are at risk for not graduating high school, and we give them an opportunity to work while they're going to high school and guarantee them a job the life part if you graduate high school. So it encourages them to stay in school and kind of helps build the future.
yeah, yeah. Maria, I read about program that you guys have in partnership with the Jefferson Parish Schools in Louisiana. Can you talk a little bit about that program?
Sure. So our facility is located in Jefferson Parish, and that's why I chose to partner with them as well. Essentially, what we're doing is some of the high school students that are in the extended accelerator program, we're introducing them to the various fields of engineering that we have going on in the facility. So actually, just before we broke for the holiday break in December, we had a number of students in. We're in the process of commissioning our wind tunnel. Very excited about. They're an ex engineer, but we brought them in and introduced them to the topic of water force development, physics, and then exposed them to the wind tunnel, how we use that, how we go about all of our engineering tasks. And we're continuing to do that. So as every month we have another cohort that's coming through and we introduce them to the various different topics that we have going on in a particular facility. Yeah, so that's our recent in that partnership.
And what's the skill set like at your facility in Sanford, and you guys connected with Central Carolina Community College or other colleges and universities or not?
Yeah, so we are essentially we're a traditional business from Carolina because we're the leading industry. So we operate around 21 vehicles. And that's somewhat of a lost art here in North Carolina just because of globalization. The whole I guess textile industry has really gotten this part of the country. So we do struggle to find competent people to come in and manage and maintain them. So but what you're looking for there is something with mechanical, technical background. A lot of cases we turn to automotive mechanics, see if they can come in and learn the intricacies of running and maintaining them. Most of our production staff would consider non-skilled labor, although a little operator, of course, needs to have some skill, but it's all job training that we do. We have been working with CCTV and they're also introducing a vocational growth lines that we hope to partner with, also try to introduce and taking some of that competency, particularly
Yeah.
the integration.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna kind of dip our toe a little bit in kind of some current events. See you could go as big as you'd like to go. But I'm just curious about your perspectives. We read about some of the challenges that are facing the offshore wind sector, especially in the Northeast. Some cancel and reschedule projects. I'm curious about your take on some of the reasons for some of those challenges. Anything here to comment on? Go ahead, Marie.
Sure. I mean, I'll take on. So if you've been following the state of the auctions in the Gulf of Mexico, there was a round of auctions late last year. 3 different federal sites that were up for auction. Ultimately, only one of those was sold. And so there's been a lot of question around what might be driven that. I think it's a number of different factors that make the economic events that are affecting projects in the Northeast. So they played into that role as well. But I think the other factor is there's uncertainty, and I think uncertainty is maybe my compensation. Uncertainty could commodity prices, turbine documents, and PPA sort of played into that. But then also, particularly in the Gulf region, what do you do with hurricanes? And that just added an extra layer, I think, of some uncertainty into that. But part of what we're seeing is contributed to the result of those auctions. Now, what do we do about it? I think it's really up to the industry to demonstrate some of the technologies, some of the efforts that can be made to reduce those risks or reduce those uncertainties. And so from my perspective, demonstrating technology, demonstrating that we can field these turbines in these higher risk environments.
Developers have there. One, their supply chain is there to be delayed, and because of those delays, there's inflation, there's interest. Penalties. It's important to these typically utilities or the end user that they need power by a certain date. I think a lot of them, New York City, for example, they know they need X amount of megawatts by a certain date, so they're putting penalties in place to make sure that they get it. You do have to have some escalators, I don't think the consumer price index is the right model, but some type of index that could account for inflation or interest or an opportunity for the developer to renegotiate and so on and so forth down the supply chain. Happens not for the developer, but then by class costs us more to make, wire and cable and the same to the turbines and everything else.
Yeah. Can you do that?
I would add to that, you're speaking about the uncertainty and the stop and start that we do around renewable energy in this country is the effort we are all trying to do to nearshore or onshore our supply chain. That the way things are operating right now, particularly with offshore, most of the decision making is being done over Europe. A lot of the supply chain is being made over Europe. Internally to my company, I'm trying to advocate the use of onshoring our engagement to be available to install all of these monopiles, which would take locating, a technical team to come in and support and maintain this tool. Perhaps in multiple locations on the Atlantic coast. But I can't start to have that conversation if we're constantly start talking about subjects.
Well, that leads a little bit into kind of the role of government. Obviously the federal government's been very active in promoting offshore wind. Governor Cooper has provided some important leadership through the creation of NCTOWERS and other executive orders. I'm curious if you believe that state government has a role in helping businesses enter the supply chain and what that role might be. All right, I know you want to offer something here.
Sure, yeah, I'd love to. I will, my team makes fun of me because I always land an answer with a lot of preamble, so I'll get there. So please bear with me as I try and make this thing. So one of the things that, as I mentioned at the start, Gulf Wind, we have a lot of history and experience in the industry, and we've got people with us of ambition. And we want to be that tier one supplier to the OEMs to manufacture blades. And we think there's a vision for doing that here locally in North Carolina, in addition to what we're doing in Louisiana. And essentially the framework that we're using is the traditional mines, particularly our blades, that is serving offshore land is an economic engine for coastal counties. And there's a lot of infrastructure that goes into the country to build a blade factory, for example. There's thousands of workers that are needed in large facilities for project equipment. That's the traditional model that we think is how all the projects to date have been built in the industry. Where we step in is we think that there's another way to do that, particularly that can allow us to unlock some of the infrastructure that sits in Catawba County, where I'm based in Hickory, or Mecklenburg County, or in any of the coastal counties. There's a model where you can pick up from the automotive industry, where you manufacture subcomponents and parts using our multimodal transportation infrastructure in the state. We can bring those parts together at a smaller, reduced footprint, reduced infrastructure demand on that coastal facility. We don't all have to compete over the same sort of port infrastructure, and then do the final assembly of the blade components at the port. And so with that in mind, we think that's certainly very relevant to North Carolina, in particular to Louisiana. There's a reason that our two facilities we have at the moment are located in historical manufacturing facilities. In Hickory, it's an old factory. In Louisiana, it's at the Abu Dhabi shipyard. At its heyday, it had 10,000 people that were manufacturing Navy ships and then the gas infrastructure was built there. It's been idle for the last 10 years. It's now being realized as a great old facility. But what we've done is we invested in one of the facilities one of the factories at that site, and we've turned it into our research and development facility. And so I think that kind of model can be replicated anywhere in the state, in county, and frankly across the country. We bring those components together. So then, selfishly, what does that mean for golfing technology? What would we look for? As I said, uncertainty is one of the biggest factors that we deal with, and I think one of the things we talked about is that if you are trying to step into the market or maybe move in from an auxiliary market or an adjacent market, there's always uncertainty. And so reducing the risk associated with that is really beneficial for us. But that also is access to patient low capital, so we can make that investment in the manufacturing infrastructure that we need to deploy these underutilized facilities that are sitting around the state idle that we think could be really realized. We can call the offshore wind industry. That allows us to bring in talent, engineers, and technicians to run that equipment to the state. In adjacent to that, maybe an example that I'll give from our other student working in Louisiana, there's a model that I might suggest. It's part of the NCAM partnership, and the Louisiana State University, their foundation, actually has purchased assets that sit at the NASA Mission facility. So that's where they make the Artemis tanks for the Artemis program. That asset is on the foundation books. But Lockheed Martin and Boeing have access to that, and they can lease time on that asset and allows them to do R&D and to develop manufacturing processes that they need and to fulfill their contracts for NASA. We think there's a similar model that can be done in the state. How do we lower that bar of entry so that those kinds of dynamic production components can happen in the state? And then last but not least, another example I'll give selfishly is I'm trying to grow an engineering team, also from our headquarters state in Louisiana. One of the things that they've done is they have a program where if you are investing in software engineers, this is just an example, they have tax credits and rebates to reduce that. We're trying to move into that market from an adjacent market. We're trying to grow your team. A similar kind of model could be done. It allows us then to speculate a little bit more, reduce that uncertainty and risk associated with bringing on new staff for an order book that may not exist yet, right? So we're trying to grow that business. So those are a few thoughts that we have.
You're ready for that. Other thoughts? Ed, anything you want to think about in terms of the role of government to help your business?
Well, I think you guys are already doing a lot what the state should be doing in terms of educating the population about these opportunities, developing workforce skills, and providing investment incentives for companies to come in and do that. So, I think you have what is necessary.
Joe, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of things that can be done at the government level, whether it's federal or state. I think what you see a lot of right now is that the states are giving incentives for local content, how do you define local content? New York, New Jersey is the easiest example. Those states love to fight each other, right? So they each have local content and you're trying to get the factory built in their state. Well, that's great, but steel manufacturers are going to build a factory in New York and New Jersey. It's just not going to happen. So I think at the federal level, we need to provide some incentive to say local content means US made or nearshore made. That everything gets for removes uncertainty. Can't see this president doesn't doing it and then 4 year projects. It's stuff with capital intensive. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. At the state level, until the federal government, incentivizes local content, meaning US based, it's going to be state against state. I think the smaller states, North Carolina, South Carolina, maybe Maryland, might be the one that's first thing to team up because we're North Carolina and I live here, I love it here. We're just not going to be it's just not going to happen. So I think there's a combination of things, and then more so at state level. Another thing to be done is help us with the local governments, the towns and the cities where we have factories, the ease of ordinances and permits and getting real estate and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's great feedback. I'm especially interested in your comments about the local content because we don't have those kinds of requirements in North Carolina. And so we think that could be a good thing because we think our North Carolina companies can be competitive up and down the Atlantic coast. So interesting to hear your perspective on that. Just a couple more questions, and then, I think that the chairman will open it up to, the power members to be thinking about your questions for this esteemed panel. Second last question is, what are you most proud of as relates to your company's role in the offshore wind sector? Joe, you want to start us off?
Certainly. Obviously, our contribution to internet concept, we think green energy is the future, and we're happy to be a part of it today, and we look forward to being a part of it in the future.
Ed?
I'm working with Sunset is basically what our mission is. And this applies to all industries, including offshore wind and onshore wind. But everything we do, we believe in the safety of people. So whether you're lifting something heavy, whether you're carrying heavy cargo, or you're working at sleep and need the worker has the right to work safely, the right to come home from that work. And that's what our mission is to make everyone work. Lifting, cargo control, and
Yeah. Great, great.
So in the pre-op, it's a few things I think about, but actually the thing that I'm probably most proud about is our team. We are still getting really good talent together, along with our leadership is really put together really good. What we call enabling happens. So we can take this talent and unleash them on some of these problem statements. I mentioned the hurricane rotor design question, and it's fantastic. It's a forces up look at things differently and reevaluate some of the traditional assumptions that are made. As an engineer, I think that's exciting because you get to reinvent and revisit a lot of those assumptions. I think that's looking forward to, as I said, lots of ambition for the future. But I think our team is up.
Yeah, so many companies that we talked to today, have employees that, want to know what the mission of the company is, and they want to be part of something bigger, and so, you guys are definitely tapping into that kind of being part of something bigger, so that's neat. Last question, based on your experiences, what advice would you give to a company that's interested in being part of the offshore wind supply chain? And
I think for this audience, I would encourage them to use the kinds of tools and the kinds of networking that you guys provide to get into the kitchen and something. And whether it's registering yourself on the databases, whether it's engaging with people that are in these kinds of committees to get to know people, to get to know the names of people that you need to be in front of, to talk about your products, talk about your solutions, and talk about your ideas.
great, right?
So maybe just to piggyback on the previous discussion in terms of some of the uncertainty that around the projects and on again, off again. I think one of the things that we found very successful in the growth of government technology has been investing in the onshore space as well. It allows us to build the skills, the tools, the resources, the capabilities, that network that is very translatable once you establish the relationships and you know that industry, then it's much easier to make the transition to the offshore space. When you have experience having done it onshore, it's a lot easier when you can walk up to it as opposed to having to go offshore. So,
Just with that, I would add, one, yes, it's very helpful to be part of the onshore industry as well as the offshore, and just one or the other. I would say do your homework and look at it as a long-term maritime business, not a short game. I think we are at least 10 years behind Europe, probably more. But I do think it's coming here, and it's a matter of when it happens and
Yeah, great. I'll turn it back over to you, see if there are any other questions.
Thank you. Well, I'll kick it off with one question for Joey. You talked about ISO certifications. What advice would you offer to companies, and particularly small businesses, who are pursuing? I know there's challenges sometimes for some of the small companies. What advice would you offer for pursuing ISO certification?
not small companies, just be honest in that case, I'm gonna go into corporate quality and say that they come help us out. It's a small company, so I would say, what if you consult them or hire someone else.
And I believe there are consultants who can assist with that.
There's consultants for
everything. All right, opening it up to questions. Phyllis.
want to say thank you for extending this invitation and offering so much insight into what's happening inside of your company. If you could, because I've heard a couple of mentions in your answers, but if you could describe for us any workforce support program that you have for special populations. You mentioned military, so transitioning military, those who may have been justice system involved. And what you do is to actually support and recruit those individuals.
So we have a number of veterans in our facility. Actually, our supply chain manager is a veteran from the Iraq War. Fort Liberty has a program that I think the whole idea is that has an outplacement service. So I would encourage companies that are looking to do that to participate in those kinds of programs. This individual came to us and worked for us for 8 months while he was still on the Army's bureau to come and learn our industry. And then when his bureau was up, he was easily stepped into the role enough. So those kind of things are always very helpful for the company as well as for the individual who is transitioning the kind of service.
So one thing that I'll give actually credit to Catawba County Economic Development. We're based in Hickory. They actually ran a career fair that was intended specifically to bring in military veterans and the like for the various positions that we were hiring. So we're pleased to be a part of that. And actually, I think it's going to happen in a few weeks. Also, one thing that I didn't mention on our Jefferson Parish project, and just one of the things that we generally do with our team, we have an apprenticeship program that we bring folks in from all walks of life. Some that are maybe started an engineering program and decided it wasn't for them. We actually had somebody who spent 20 years working in the cafeteria system, and they joined our company and they're going through this apprenticeship program and we expose them to various topics around manufacturing, composites, all of the tools and techniques that we do, and they've been really successful in that program, and it's something we continue to invest in.
Hey, I wanted to piggyback on what Phyllis said. I work with transitioning service members every day. And so I'm very involved in skill bridging and within those programs where military and work people from the service as well as training apprentices with these companies. So I'm certainly interested in talking to any of you if I can help you do that with your company. So I was wondering how you said 30%, Joe, of your company are veterans. How did you find them and how did they become engaged with your company?
So it's 30% of our company, 30% of our location, 100 year charge.
Okay.
And before I used the program, we just kind of got in there, we didn't have a drive for it, and it was just kind of that.
Would you be interested in like having an apprenticeship program? Yeah. Okay, great. So we'll talk.
Yeah, in case you don't know, the represents our military agency.
So, Phyllis said, as far as just involved individual, I also have a program where I work with re-entrants for incarcerated veterans that are seeking work. Is that opportunity for any of these individuals with your companies?
I think so.
Steve. First, I just want to say hello to everybody. I'm sorry about being late today. We're over at UNC Charlotte with my daughter this morning, so I had to prioritize. But I get one quick question about, we were discussing some of the ways that government interacts with the companies. So I do a lot more closely tracking in the solar side, and there's a lot of conversation about the Buy American provisions. Do those provisions impact you guys in terms of any direct incentives or availability of other types of government? What are the kinds of barriers that you're facing to try and meet those kind of Buy America or Buy American provisions to qualify? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, that's an acceptable answer to you.
There are control side, with only goes through a government bid. With necessarily the other part, we always have bid exception. Because there is no US manufacturer of a carbon control ratchet. So while we do the assembly here in the US, we also, on some cases, do the weeding of the wedding. Every ratchet that's anywhere in the United States from China.
So as I said, we're not in production yet, but our goal is to be, so certainly that's something we hope to capitalize on as we continue to grow the business. I would say just generally in place, if you look at the market, fortunately in the span of my career, there's been a number of blade facilities in the US that have shut down, not offshore facilities, these are onshore. There are obviously lots of discussions again about bringing onshore blade production to the country. And Joe mentioned several discussions around that and in the state if there's in New York. They're big facilities and a lot of competition to get those. So that's the biggest challenge.
And maybe just to clarify, because I think I mixed my metaphors there. Buy American was more about government procurement. I was actually getting more about the federal tax credits and some of the other provisions where you have different adders that can be added in for the US manufacturing. Is that something that comes up at all?
We've seen it a little bit in our business, North American company and bigger.
And then if I could ask one other, not really related, but kind of an economic driver question. I know there's some discussion earlier this morning about the fact that we've got, a new filing we do over at the Utilities Commission that's going to be increasing the opportunity for support through the Utilities Commission of wind. Does that conversation as it progresses and we see more of a defined market in North Carolina that comes out of the carbon process, does that benefit what you guys are thinking about? Does that enhance the opportunity to see more US opportunity period and then in North Carolina?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, we've seen in this, Mark, I don't want to get this wrong. There's a filing that Duke made earlier this week, I think yesterday actually, at the Utilities Commission as part of the carbon plan of the state. And it was really the first time that Duke has enunciated that they really need to see, I think it was 2.4 gigawatts of wind by 2034 in North Carolina as a part of their process to comply with state law on this. So we don't have quite the same luxury that the Northeast states have, where there have been kind of state mandated markets. We've had, an executive order here that has been trying to promote wind, but this is something that would actually look a lot more like what they have in the Northeast as it goes through that process. Is that helpful in driving more attention in this region of the country for manufacturers?
I think absolutely, and beyond, that's for what I think there's going to be a shortage of generation, so I think we get more generation in time. Our customers, which are many of which are utilities, are in need.
Yeah, generally, the more we can localize that, in terms of where those turbines are going, then certainly continue to invest in the state if it makes sense.
Other questions for this panel?
I'm going to ask another employee and workforce question. I'm on the workforce committee. So if you could talk about any policies that you have that support employees with families, and one major inhibitor for special populations and people who may be minorities is just the cost of childcare, and whether or not anyone, your company, has been innovative in offering any on-site childcare or subsidies to assist families with that barrier for people who may want to come to work for you, but especially on a 24/7 schedule, that can be very difficult to find the childcare that they need. Any subsidies, any special programs, childcare on site?
Well, the department's small, company, and we have 33 employees. We're just too small to do that. But our workforce is predominantly single women, children, or second breadwinner of the family. So we just, we try to get as flexible as we can with the employee to ensure that will work. But most of our employees are quite good with the youth. And we would be the, and one thing with the youth, what we do is put out for the civil industry. But we don't provide any childcare, we provide some flexibility in schedule. And of course, we provide full benefits.
Wonderful. And a little way to tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, compared to a lot of our competitors, a lot of our competitors don't provide healthcare. We provide full benefits and full cost for sure. And pretty much every employee opts in to provide.
So some are we adapted during the pandemic, the salary folks were able to remote, so that check with the outside workers, and then we recognize that, hey, if if you're in a factory, you can't work from home. So we adapted and made it as friendly as possible. We relaxed our rules on being late or tardy or missing shift to get community, which is any circumstances. Currently, we have parental leave for both mothers and fathers. The fathers have been new addition in the last 2 or 3 years, don't quote me on that, roughly that time frame. So we try to be flexible within the constraints of trying to, run a manufacturing facility. You have to have people there. We can't have line shut down, but we do work with them very closely to make sure that they're at what they need.
Sure, just echo that, 3 years, but we're still adding benefits as we go. We had this last fall, happy to say, but we try to, the model we're trying to lay out as we grow the company, is to really have some of the best benefits in the business that we've ever experienced. And so far to date, we've been successful enough that we can have better benefits than any of the other companies we've been at today. We continue to do that, whether it's healthcare, 401k, investment, those things. Continue to grow those is.
Other questions from task force? And I know with the challenge and the competition workforce, the talent these days is always an effort that you have to lay to really keep and hold on to good talent. What would you say the turnover is like? I know it's costly to hire and train people. How has it been for your companies, respectively, with retaining good employees?
I would say it's a constant challenge, and our human resources staff is constantly looking to find ways to minimize and reduce that. It's better for efficiency, provide stability for the families themselves. But Charlotte is a challenging environment for the workforce as well.
We placed our entire life in here. Just coming into work and then deciding that we need to work. What's going on, but it has stabilized lately. We got some things to raise wages, some of the benefit packages and things, and attract employees. But we also talk to our employees about doing the boards, because we'll have employees and to us saying, like, I'm going to 50 cents more every time we go someplace else. At the time, we said yes, but take a look at your health care, take a look at your total. Once they realized, we had no employees that would leave. And once they realized they didn't have the health care, and when it hit them, they came back.
So we've been lucky, we haven't had any turnover. And I would say, if I would attribute that to anything, it's really, with a small company, everybody we bring on has a significant influence in the culture of the company. So that's really front and center, and how we hire, and sure we're bringing people that have the same ethos as we do, and really excited about the work that we're doing. And really focusing on hiring values to figure out the skills. We can certainly train to result, but sure the folks that we bring in really align with the vision of the company.
Other questions? All right, seeing none, I would like to first commend you for the work that each of your companies is doing, and congratulate you on the success you are experiencing in this sector, and appreciate you sharing those experiences with the task force and our audience generally. And thank you for coming today and participating. Susan, thank you for your moderation of this panel.
keep it right there against the wall. So, thank you. Susan, you can turn it in here.
Anything we see, that's the we have it up out there.
Susan, I'll take the mic.
And the state energy month is coming up in April. NCTOWERS offering opportunity to exhibit at the conference. Hopefully, we will see most everyone from NCTOWERS at the event in April. If anybody needs details or information on how to get registered, please know.
Do you recall a specific date in April?
I believe it is the 23rd and 24th.
Okay, great, thank you for sharing that. Reach out to Stephen if you are interested. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? We'd like to thank our guests for joining us today. We hope that you found this informative and you found some value. We appreciate your support of clean energy and specifically offshore wind. And again, thank you for coming. With that, our next meeting is May 1st. It will be in Raleigh. So we're trying to make sure we cover our bases across the state. We haven't quite gotten up to the mountains yet, but perhaps we have a couple more shots of our shore. Again, this meeting is May 1st in Raleigh. The location specifically will be communicated once we're bringing that up. Thank you all for coming. This concludes our meeting today. And the task force in the people came back for both, it's right here in the center. So we get with them.
May 1st or May 2nd?